Holy fucking shit. I totally forgot to hit the button. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, one sec. I'll roll the intro in just a second. I had to recreate the stream entirely because YouTube streaming fucking sucks. It sucks so fucking much. Every time you want to schedule a stream, like every time I stream, I have to remember like 50 steps, and if I ever fuck up a single one of those steps, I have to completely delete the stream, scrap it, and start a whole new stream where I do all 50 of those steps correctly, and then I can go live again. And I hope I didn't fuck it up a second time. God, I fucking hate that. YouTube really needs to make it so that the latency options stick when you select them. The fact that it automatically selects a 15-second delay on your YouTube stream, and no matter how many times you select the 5-second one, no matter how many streams you do that are 5-second delay, you have to manually select it every single time. Oh, I hate it. Alright, I'll play the song in a second.
X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down.
God, one day YouTube is going to implement an update that is going to make live streaming practically one click and you can go live. But right now, unfortunately, every single live stream I do requires like 20 minutes of preparation beforehand of me manually changing a bunch of settings on YouTube's end to make the stream settings perfect. YouTube never saves any of these options for some reason. And every time, you have to do like this 50-step bullshit to schedule a stream. It's goddamn awful. I hate it. What's going on though, everybody? I got a haircut. Yeah, I got new hair. Check it out, guys. Got my hair cut and I'm feeling good. I hate when it gets too long. I've streamed on YouTube before, it indeed sucks that much. And here's the worst part. It wouldn't be an issue if you could make changes to the settings after you went live. If, like, you went live and you realized, oh, fuck, I messed up some settings. Oh, let me just change that really fast, you know? Even if you could just, like, temporarily take down stream and then change the settings and bring it back, that would work. But no. You literally can't do that. You have to end the stream, delete that stream so people aren't confused as to what stream they're supposed to be watching, and then make a whole new one, make sure you don't fuck up any of the settings before you go live, then hit the live button. I fucked up today and I was distracted by something and I forgot to change that one setting from the 15... YouTube automatically sets every VOD, or every scheduled stream, automatically sets them to 15 seconds of latency. That means I say Marco, and you guys don't even hear me say it for 15 seconds after I've said it, and I don't hear you guys say Polo for like 30 seconds after I say Marco. It's literally, you might as well not be live streaming with that much of a delay. So, yeah, that's what I ended up fucking up, and I had to end the stream and make a new one because you might as well not be live streaming with that much of a delay, right? That's practically a YouTube video. It's like being first to watch a YouTube video. Gotta pop my shoulder really fast, chat. Oh, there we go. Feels good. If you guys don't know how to pop your shoulders that way, then you're missing out. It feels amazing. It's a bit like a YouTube premiere, but YouTube premieres are different. Look at this base tweet I'm gonna use. What is this? Well, my chat kind of moved at the last second. Huh. That's pretty cool. I might just get that so I don't have to say any bullshit about the monarchy. That's actually pretty cool. Nice, Emu Anon 34. What's the consensus on Lance? Cringe! Welcome everybody. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider hitting the like button. It really helps out a lot. I really appreciate all the support from you guys. Y'all been amazing lately. Fucking amazing lately. Alright. Chat. I want to show you some cool shit. I want to show you something neat. I look 5 years older with short hair. I like looking older. I've always, like, people always say that I look a lot younger than I am, so I like having the short hair and looking a bit older. That's a compliment in my eyes. Dilf? Yeah, I'm Dilf moding. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll carry that to my, not to my grave, to my, well, yeah, I guess to my grave. I'll carry that compliment to my grave. Okay, chat. I wanted to show you some cool fucking shit that I want to do in my inevitable vacation that I take to the Bahamas. I don't know if you guys know this, alright? But my entire life, I grew up, for the most part, in Florida. And I know that what you're thinking is like, oh, Florida, that's very tropical, very, like, picturesque, postcard-like. No. The part of Florida I grew up in, the parts of Florida I got to, like, visit were nothing like the tropical beaches and postcards that you would see, like, online or in, like, computer screensavers or anything like that, okay? There's just Central Florida on the West Coast, didn't really have a lot of that. And the closest I ever got to it was going to, like, the Keys when I was very young, but I was so young, I don't remember it. So it's like, you know, I've never actually had that stereotypical, like, idyllic, tropical beach vacation, but I've always wanted to have one. Maybe this is, like, too much of a bougie desire for a lot of you guys' taste, but I've just always wanted to go to, like, a picturesque, like, crystal clear blue water, palm trees everywhere, like, white sand beaches, like, that kind of vacation. And I've been planning to do one next year around my birthday in July, most likely, for, you know, a little while now. And I want to invite a bunch of friends along with me so that, you know, I've got, like, a big friend group there and everything. It'll be a big fun time, right? But I've been looking at different places to potentially do said tropical vacation. And I had a few options that I went over. There was, like, Greece, and, like, Italy, like, on the Mediterranean. We looked a little bit at Hawaii, but we decided against that. We looked a little bit at, like, Bermuda and stuff like that. We looked at a lot of different places that are, like, very tropical and pretty, right? But we ended up deciding the best option would be the Bahamas. Not to mention, I'm, you know, kind of biased in favor of the Bahamas, too, because I've always wanted to go to the proper Caribbean, like, sea and see what it's like. And because of that, me and my friends eventually settled on the Caribbean. We settled on the Bahamas. And we decided that I would go ahead and I would get my boater's, my boater's license, because I had it before, back in Florida. Might as well get it again, since, you know, I've done it before. I know I can do it again. And rent a pontoon boat in the Bahamas so that we can go to all the different, like, more, not uncharted, but, like, uninhabited islands outside of, like, the inhabited areas where all the actually, like, really pretty water and beaches and stuff are. You got to get to that by boat with, like, a private boat. That's where you get to, like, the Pig Island and stuff like that. So I wanted to show you guys some of the cool places that I was thinking about going to. See if you guys would be interested in me doing some content there. Vlogs of some kind, maybe politics videos on the beach. That would be interesting. Like, I just get a piece of driftwood and I drag it in, like, up through the sand and I sit on it. You know, someone gets out the phone, starts recording, and I talk about whatever's happening in politics. Zan going to Epstein Island. Holy shit, that's real. We could actually go to Epstein's Island, guys. We could, like, we could go on, like, a boat and we could see it, like Jurassic Park. You know how at the beginning of Jurassic Park 3, they're like, they get really close to the island where the dinosaurs are, and they're like, whoa, it's the dinosaur island! Like, we can do that. Only it's the pedophile island, and we might get snatched up by pedophiles instead of fucking dinosaurs. Okay, all I'm saying is the plot of Jurassic Park 3 is not that different if you replace all the dinosaurs with human pedophiles. Am I right, or am I right? TBH, it would be scarier. It would be even scarier if it was a bunch of kids being, chased by a bunch of adult pedophile humans instead of dinosaurs. That would actually be scarier. Let him cook. James Cameron, hit me up. I know exactly how to reboot the Jurassic Park series with some with an with an interesting twist. This is cursed. Any like hardcore Jurassic Park fans in here who are just like really upset at this bit? I've lived in the Seattle area all my life. I recommend visiting Bainbridge via ferry, then going on the fast foot ferry down to Bremerton to see the museum ship and naval yards. The aircraft carriers there are huge. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe I'll check that out. Sounds cool. Thank you for the advice. Yeah, I've only been in Seattle for a couple months now, so I'm still kind of getting the lay of the land, getting to know, like, what it's like here, but I'm starting to kind of understand my area better. Like, I'm starting to not need GPS to walk to my dispensary and vape shop. One of my unironic biggest fears, because I walk to the dispensary and I walk to the vape shop, is like some, honestly not even a fan, but like some anti-fan or hater, like noticing me walking down the street and being like, that's Xanderhall, and then like following me home, you know? That is unironically something I kind of worry about. Maybe I'm paranoid, but I'll like check if I'm being tailed every once in a while. I'll dip and dodge through some alleys. To be honest though, if I'm going to be like noticed by anybody in public or like recognized by anybody in public in Seattle, it's going to be a fan most likely. And I'm honestly surprised, like, since I moved to Seattle, I haven't seen or run into a single fan. I mean, I haven't gone outside as much as I'd like to. Granted, a lot of that is the weather. But, I mean, I still spend a fair amount of time going out, especially since I just got to the city and I've been exploring Seattle a lot. But, like, I haven't been recognized by anybody. At least nobody who's, like, approached me or indicated they recognized me. I haven't even, like, noticed anybody staring at me. Like, I'll look for that if I'm in a restaurant. I'll, like, scan to see if there's anybody that's, like, staring at me for any long periods of time. But that doesn't really happen. I'm just like, God damn it. When's someone gonna ask for an autograph? Dude, the ultimate moment... Oh my god, could you imagine how dope it would be if there was, like I'm at a bar and I'm rizzing up a girl and one of my fans recognizes me and, like, has the social wherewithal to put together what's going on and is like, oh shit, okay, I see what's going on here, and, like, approaches me and is like, holy shit, Zan, I'm one of your biggest fans. Can I get an autograph? Like act like you're just super starstruck. Ask for an autograph. Ask for a selfie. Like, just talk me up. Make me look really, really good in front of the girl. And then just kind of go on with your day. That is honestly... That is the best thing you can do for me, okay? If you ever see me... Do not... If you ever see me in that situation, do not be too nervous to approach me, okay? Help me out. We're just gonna make you look bad? Yeah, honestly, that's almost certainly more likely. Chad is now your wingman? Oh, I wish. Could you imagine if I could have, like, hundreds of people as, like, a wingman just on my phone whenever I'm trying to rizz up a girl? That's not possible. Yeah, you guys just end up embarrassing me. Oh, yo, it's my favorite Coco Melon YouTuber, Xanderhall. Yeah, that would be you, Jazz Dog. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Oh my god, is that the stoned streamer and sex god Xanderhall? Real. That is what you should call me. That'll help. That'll help my chances. Thank you. Hold on a second, chat. So, because I'm so excited about going on this trip to the Bahamas next year... ooh, Christ. I've been following... Now I can't stop coughing. 1 second. That's some good weed, chat. This goddamn Seattle weed is good. Seattle weed is powerful, okay? And this isn't... I don't smoke weed. Because I don't like the way that it, like, makes things smell, or, like, I don't like smoke sticking to stuff. And I can't really handle smoking. So I only vape. And even just vaping this Seattle weed, it is powerful. It is so goddamn powerful. Anyway, essentially, what I've started doing is watching YouTube channels that center around, like, drone footage of random, like, remote islands in the Bahamas. That you can visit if you have a boat, or if you're renting a boat, but you're not necessarily going to, like, be able to access if you go on, like, a traditional trip to the Bahamas. I'm trying to find the channel right now, but for some reason it's not coming up. Why? It's always in my recommended. Oh, here we go. Here's an example. So this is in Long Island, Bahamas. In the Bahamas. I know, Long Island, like in New York, but it's in the Bahamas. I prefer this Long Island. I'm gonna be honest, I think this Long Island beats out the New York one by a long shot. So, like, stuff like this you can't actually access typically by, like, foot or car if you, like, take a flight to Nassau or something like that. So this kind of stuff, being able to go here and just put down anchor and swim around wherever, is why I want to be able to rent a pontoon boat. Also, pontoon boats are versatile. They can go in very shallow water. I have experience with them. I already know how to, like, pilot a pontoon boat. So, yeah. I think it's going to be a fun-ass time. I don't think you guys understand how long... If you played Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag when it first came out, then you might have an idea of what I'm talking about here. You guys have no idea how long I've wanted to sail around the Caribbean Sea with my friends singing sea shanties, okay? Going from island to island and exploring. You guys don't understand how long I've desired this, alright? This is like an Attack on Titan, Armin's dream to see the sea, okay? This is my equivalent to that, alright? I need to do this. Can I recommend a sea shanty song? I know a lot of sea shanties, but sure. You better believe we'll be queuing up every sea shanty from Assassin's Creed 4. Look at that. I just want to jump in. And this isn't, like, this isn't even one of the nicer, or isn't even the nicest of the areas that I've seen. Oh yeah, here's the channel that I was talking about. This channel is German. So when I search it, it doesn't typically come up. I had to subscribe. It only has 58 subscribers, but this channel goes hard as fuck. And all they upload, literally all this channel uploads, is, like, aerial drone footage that they took while driving around, like, you know, boating around the Bahamas. Let me find, like, a particularly pretty one. The most recent one they went to was Pigeon Cay, or Key, I guess is how it's pronounced. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, my leg hurts. This is like the only way, or you can only access this stuff by, like, renting a boat. Look at that water. Oh my god. You can see the ripples from the waves in the sand on the bottom, too. That's how clear the water is. I've never seen seawater this clear, like, with my own eyes in real life. Like, in person. And that's my goal. Look at that giant beach. Could you imagine the kind of beach party you could have here with your friends? Just in this little tip jutting out. You know, at some point, a bunch of pirates got drunk as fuck there, right? And probably had a good old circle jerk. Now, this wasn't as, like rigorously, you know, documented as a lot of other pirate traditions, but this was true of a lot of sailors, but particularly pirates, because they weren't really allowed to go into traditional seaports, else they'd be, you know, potentially found out and arrested and hung for the crime of piracy. So because they couldn't go to traditional ports, they couldn't really go, and they couldn't, you know, they couldn't hire women to please their needs when they went into port, right? So oftentimes they had to beach their boats to do repairs and other such things on random remote islands. And because they rarely got to go into towns to hire sex workers, they oftentimes relieved each other's needs while at sea or on islands like this. So the good old pirate circle jerk was a very famous, and yet still very, to this day, not well-known tradition. But if you live, like, in Tampa, near, like, Tampa Bay, you'll know the Bucks, the Buccaneers, you know, the word gets out. It's a very well-known Florida, I don't even know what I'm doing here. Basically what I'm saying is, who knows, pirates might have had a big old circle jerk on that beach once, like 300 years ago. Yeah, it's how Miami was started. That's how they founded it. That was like Miami's Last Supper. Or not Last Supper, what's it called? The First Thanksgiving? First Thanksgiving, Last Supper. Kind of the same thing if you think about it. There was betrayal. God, look at that. So basically, I want to get a bunch of my friends and, like, other content creators and stuff on, like, a giant fucking boat to do, like, a giant vlog type thing in the ocean. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be hella fun. And if you guys want to see some stuff like that, then y'all better donate. Or if you can't afford to, just drop a like. Hit the thumbs up over on YouTube. It really does help the channel and my stream out a lot more than I think you guys even know. It essentially twists YouTube's arm and forces them into pushing my stream and my other, you know, content out to more people, my own subscribers, and new people as well. So it really does help a lot. In fact, like, you can watch as the view count goes up in proportion to the likes that you guys add to the total count. So, yeah. I really appreciate it, guys. If you invite Vosh, make sure to collect all the coconuts first. Listen, I am going to plant the seed. I think me and Vosh and everybody are hanging out and probably going shooting at the range, like, in a week or something. So I will start planting the seed of the idea in his head to come along with us on this. Okay, I will plant the seed in his head for him to come along with this plan. Because we have to find some random island with a couple of coconut palms, alright? We gotta get, like, a machete, cut the coconuts out of the tree, and then do a skit on that little island. And I think you know exactly what that skit's gonna be. I think you know exactly what the content of that skit will be, but it'll be like a real life, like, we'll literally be on a coconut island, and we do it like one of those skit videos on a coconut island. Now, it'd be worth it for just that. The trip would be worth it for just making that video. If you do that, it would be really cringe, but really funny. Eliminate the part of you that cringes. Hank Hill meme?
Now, Bobby, it took a lot of time for me to come to terms with
I've already seen this video, and I was active because I commented on one of his on one of his tweets. He asked for, like, funny Hank Hill quotes, and my favorite. Hold on. I want him to do this for one of his videos. Here, let me see if I can find it. Oh, I gotta find it. Where is it? No, why can't I find it? Oh, was it on? It might have been on the podcast. No, I can't find it. How can I not find it? No! Wait, I'm going deep for this one. Hold on. I'm going into my YouTube watch history for this one. There's no way. There's just no way. There's just no way. I'm scrolling. There's... What? No, there's no way. There's no way! Okay, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm actually going to lose my mind. If like, videos that I have, like, as, like, unforgettable memories burn into my brain keep becoming lost media, I'm actually, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do if that keeps happening. Like, it feels like... what am I supposed to do? Like, I've got this meme. I can remember the meme, word for word, cadence and all, in my brain. It's in there. I've got it. And I'm searching it exactly, like, as the only things you would search to find that meme. And it's not coming up. And I'm pretty certain it has become lost media now. You're an archive of lost knowledge? I don't like it. I wish I'd forgotten the video then if it doesn't exist anymore. Fuck. No. Really? It's really just gone. Wow. Like, not a trace? Not even a clip. Hold on. No. Come on. No way is it gone! Really? Even if I type out every word of the meme. Holy shit. Alright, it's gone. I'm not watching the, I'm so mad about it being gone, I'm not watching the Dubus Goobus video. I'm genuinely, like, emotionally hurt over that. YouTube has hurt my feelings today. There's, like, no bigger, like hit to your soul than, like, loving a meme, going to find it, and then finding out it's lost media now. God damn. Ugh. It's gonna take me a while to recover from that. Jesus. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Smiles in the Flash. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. I appreciate the $5. Said, here you go, Smiles in the Flash. You may now spam dicks in chat with the cool kids. Hell yeah. We love spamming dicks in chat. And Zagafer, thank you for the $5. Very kind, very base. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Said, hi, Zan. How are you? I'm sick with a giant ulcer in my throat. Jesus Christ. I am very sorry to hear that. I hope the ulcer in your throat goes away and heals quickly. That really sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't even know what that would be like. Probably awful. And I hope it never happens to me. Please pray it doesn't. I pray that your ulcer in your throat goes away immediately. Like, as quick as possible. Like, if it could just magically go away instantly for you, then that's what I'm hoping for. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I will say, having an ulcer in your throat does sound very horrifying. That's a nope from me. Alright. Thank you for the donos. Get better soon. I'm amused at Xanderhall mentioning Assassin's Creed 4 as I'm playing it right now. I've been playing through AC4 lately as well. On my PS5. Excuse me. I'm thinking about getting it on PC as well. Maybe not though, because I don't really feel like buying it twice. Maybe I do want to buy it twice. I want to tell Ubisoft to remaster the game. Like, I want to send the message that Ubisoft shouldn't remaster the game. They should remake the game. No, I'm definitely not experiencing Mandela effect. It's just the clip might have been on Twitter or Reddit and not on YouTube. And that's one of the big downsides of, like, people will literally, like, there'll be a big meme on Twitter. Like, everybody posts it on Twitter. It's, like, inescapable on Twitter, but no one will have ever posted it on YouTube. So when you go to find it on a more searchable platform, like YouTube, you can never find it, because it's a Twitter meme, and it's never been uploaded on YouTube, at least not under that name. Maybe one day, Lingy. Or Lingy. I forget how to pronounce your name. Also, are we going to continue the Destroy All Humans 2 remake? Not remaster, remake. Yeah, we will. I'll get back to it, but first I gotta finish Dead Space 2 remake, and then we finish Destroy All Humans 2 remake. But before we do that, we gotta play more of our Minecraft Mango Pack world. I just haven't done much of it lately because I have been so focused on pumping out segments that we can't really... I haven't had, like, the luxury of doing more chill streams that are more gaming-oriented. Alright. Alright, I'm prepping the first segment of today, and it's gonna be a juicy one. Alright. I'm gonna take a sip, take a big sippy, and then we're gonna start a segment. Aiko rules, I'm glad you're here. You're gonna like this segment. You'd love the drama. You're gonna enjoy this one a lot. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. Unfortunately, I am being dragged back into this discourse. Not necessarily against my will, actually very much with my will, because I saw something to do with this drama, a development that came out about it, that just struck a personal chord with me. Let's just say that. You see... Recently, a very large tea YouTuber, essentially, named Iilluminaughtii. She does, like, tea content and documentaries and stuff like that. She got exposed as kind of, you know, a piece of shit by herself. She exposed herself. That's the crazy thing. It wasn't like someone came along and was like, oh, big expose of this YouTuber. Nope. She just decided to attack a much larger, much more well-liked YouTuber than her, and got a lot of eyes on her, a lot of critical eyes on her, and people started to dig some stuff up. Things started to boil to the surface that made her look a lot worse than even the original thing she was under fire for made her look. And so, now things were looking really bad, and she had to make a response. And that's what she did. But when she made this response, a response which, by the way, I covered on my stream, and I saw right through it. Nothing in the Illuminati, or is it the Illuminati, or is it just Illuminati, like Illuminati? I don't know. Nothing in Illuminati's response video, like, I didn't believe any of it. It was as clear as glass to me what she was trying to do. She was basically trying to start the video off with sort of this sympathetic, like, oh, this is going to be an apology where I'm going to take accountability kind of tone to bring people in. but then slowly changed the topic, you know, sort of moved the goalpost away from taking accountability and apologizing for the things she'd done, and started trying to use, from what we're about to find out, I think, manufactured narratives about the Clique, who is the person that, you know, is sort of the face of the opposing side of this drama against Illuminati, made a bunch of accusations against the Clique, far worse than anything she was being accused of or that she'd done, in a way to sort of direct people's anger at her towards Clique. And let's see if Xander Hall predicted this as well. We'll see. Basically, I saw straight through the video. It did not seem genuine to me. It seemed very blatantly like a PR, like, formulated response to upset as few people as possible and to redirect the hatred more towards the Clique and give her audience a narrative to latch onto so that they can defend her in the sort of court of public opinion. That's really just the vibe that I got from the video, and by the looks of things, that is how it turned out. With that said, for those that don't know, Illuminaughtii is in with an interesting crowd. Apparently, she's friends with, like, Thought Slime, Sophie from Mars, and Lance from the Surfs. And if you guys don't know, those folks all hate me a whole lot. And they've made it very clear how much they hate me through their actions. Though I will say, I take a fair amount of joy, fair amount of pride in the fact that right now, the Surf's video that he put out 3 days ago about the Illuminati drama, titled Illuminati Debunks, in all caps, the malicious, all caps, claims from her former Sad Milk team, in parentheses, her receipts are insane, in all caps. Now, this video has 380 likes and 13,000 views. The comments are not very generous. And, yeah, he's just getting fucking roasted for this. And the funny thing is, he's also getting roasted right now because he went on Tim Pool yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, and embarrassed himself on there. I do not know why Lance would ever go on Tim Pool's show. You need to be, like, very prepared for that kind of thing. I would not go on a show in person in the way that they format those debates. At least with my current debate skill, I'd turn down the offer. I'd want to do it over, if anything, over the computer so that I can live fact check the bullshit that Tim Pool says. But Lance, for some fucking reason, took that offer and ended up making himself look like quite the fool, and he's getting a lot of shit for that right now as well. But yeah, it's like there's this sort of like left-tuber, like, woke scold industrial complex of content creators that all seem to get along and all have bad takes and engage in a lot of the same behavior, funnily enough, because from what I've been hearing of this video that was put out 3 days ago by the Clique, the person who Illuminati basically tried to redirect the hate towards her towards, he put out a video, and from what I've heard about this video, he had something done to him quite similar to what Thought Slime did to me. And that's what struck a personal chord with me when I found out about this new development in this drama. I wasn't going to cover, like, anything else about it. I feel like I'd gotten my opinion out there pretty clearly, pretty decisively. But now that I hear that the Clique might have basically gotten Thought Slimed by one of Thought Slime's friends, first you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Anyway, I've got the Clique video queued up right here, so let's go ahead and take a watch of it. It's 33 minutes long, so I don't know if we'll be watching the whole thing, but yeah. Let's take a look. Doesn't Lance have, like, no reason to hate Zan? I'm unironically pretty certain that Lance's dislike of me is one-sided, or at least, like, started one-sided, and at this point, the only ill will I have towards Lance is, like insofar as, like, oh, this person doesn't like me. I guess we're not cool. All right, and I mean, I guess they're cool with a bunch of people that hate me and have tried to fuck me over, so I'm not happy about that either. But, like, yeah, it's mostly, like, one-sided. It's mostly because Lance is friends with people who hate me, like Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars and whatnot.
Should I do the classic, like, YouTube addressal thing? Like, and then I turn on the camera. No, okay, let's skip that. Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lassos. Welcome to the Click. You smell amazing today. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Excuse the mess. I'm in the process of upgrading my PC for streaming. I very much need to upgrade. I realize some of the pieces I have in it are like 8 years old, so...
Whew, yeah, I could use a bit of an upgrade on my hardware as well. PC hardware is getting better exponentially fast lately. God, it really does feel like the gap between generations of, like, graphics cards and... not necessarily processors as much, but definitely GPUs, just keeps getting shorter.
Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? So I wasn't really planning on recording anything for a couple of days, but a situation came up that I couldn't really ignore, and I think it's time I talked about it. So this video is going to be a bit more
Watch to the very end. There's a gut punch at the end of the video. Okay, Chi24, we'll watch the whole thing if you say so.
Scripted than usual, hence while I'm reading here, yes, I can read, to stay on topic and be as concise as possible. My intention is that this is the last address of this situation. I've gone back and forth about how I wanted to make this video, and I think it's been a long time coming. I don't feel great about bringing drama to my main channel, as I know that's not what people are here for. For a little bit of context, I made a thread a few days ago outlining in rough detail why I left the old Sad Milk collaboration channel, partially to clarify that I wasn't associating with Illuminati anymore in more recent events and my reasoning for that. She kept getting into trouble, and people kept asking me about it and kind of roping me into it. This blew up way more than what I intended and also made some...
So, let me just bring up one example of dirt, I suppose you could call it, that Illuminati brought up against the Click to try to redirect the hate she was getting towards the Click instead of her. She tried to essentially subtly claim that the Click was fostering a community that was favorable to, like, adults grooming minors in his Discord server. And the way that she came to this implied conclusion was by telling a story. And let me tell you exactly what happens in this story she tells. But, like, the way she not embellishes it, but the way she frames it is meant to make it seem like the Click was okay with what was happening. Let me tell you what actually happened. The Click is an over 1 million subscriber YouTuber and has a Discord server. To give you an idea, I have 85,000 subscribers on YouTube and 6,000 members in my Discord server. That should give you an idea of, like, a fraction of an idea, I should say, of how many people a over 1 million subscriber YouTuber is likely to have in their Discord community. As you can imagine, it is literally impossible for me to have moderators and admins, or myself, on top of my Discord community at all times. Things are going to happen that we're not okay with, that are going to fly under the radar, and that is why there is a report feature. That is why there is the ability for random people in the Discord who see things that are bad going down. That's why they're able to report that to moderators. And if the moderators fail to do something about it, it can certainly be a reflection on the content creator who runs the Discord that they, hired a bad moderator, but that's not necessarily a reflection on the content creator. Anyway, let me explain what happens. Apparently, some adult was grooming a minor in the Click's Discord server, and that person was not banned. And so one of the Illuminati's moderators in the Click's Discord sees this, and I guess instead of going to the Click or the Click's moderators, goes to the Illuminati, and then she goes to the Click, and you know what the Click does? Guess what the Click does? Bans the guy, like, immediately. Like, as soon as he finds out about the pedo, he bans the guy. And the Illuminati's argument this entire time is that this is the Click's fault because the Click created an environment where that was allowed to happen in the first place. So that is just a peek at the type of claims that Illuminati was making against this guy in her video, and it came off very fishy to me. You can go and watch my last video on all of this. It should be up on the channel by now. It came off real fishy to me. So I'm very glad to be watching this video because I wanted to hear this guy's side of the story.
some other people come forward with their own stories, both in private and in public. The old Sadmilk members, old editors, ex-staff, you name it. And this whole thing blew up way more than I ever intended it to. Commentary channels picking it up, making stories, viral videos. It was interesting to see, for sure. A response video was made by her, which, among other things, dove into some pretty gnarly accusations about myself and presented a very dark picture about my morals,
That's what we
my Discord,
covered,
and how I run things in my community. I wrote out a few different scripts for this video, some of them very long and extensive, but after some reflection I realized I don't want to drag this out. I'm not a drama channel and I don't work with hit pieces. My main grievance with Illuminaughtii wasn't necessarily the behavior that made me leave. It's in the past and she lost many friends over it. I think I can let that speak for itself. My main grievance was her insistence to create new rumors and slander about myself, one topic and others after we left, and how she wouldn't leave us alone. This was super hard to address in any capacity as she rarely made the accusations directly, always talking through someone else's mouth or hyping up some young impressionable fan or associate to the point they would try to expose me, or simply vague posting on Twitter with very suggestible timings. I will reference all of this later on in the video. Very easy for me and my colleagues to tell where all this was coming from.
That does sound a lot like the sphere that she's in, to be fair. Like, for those that don't know, I've started using the term rightoid a lot. Just, I don't know of anyone else in this space who's, like, my level of prominence or greater who regularly uses the term rightoid as much as I do, particularly in titles. But when I started doing that very regularly, maybe a few weeks ago, Sophie from Mars randomly tweeted like this diatribe of a tweet about how nothing convinces her that somebody is like not worth listening to in politics more than them using the term rightoid. And it's like, oh my God, how more obvious of a subtweet could you make? Why are you such a coward? Just like accuse me of what you want to accuse me of. I don't even know what the accusation is supposed to be. That I made an insult that derives from the fact that somebody is conservative, that insults them for the fact they're conservative and nothing else. I don't know what the like criticism of me is supposed to be there. Is it that I'm too mean? Is are we literally getting to the point where woke scolds are mad that lefties are being too mean to conservatives? And being mean is problematic, no matter who you're being mean to? Is that? I think we're heading that direction, guys.
But really hard to actually prove to an outside audience, therefore almost impossible to defend yourself against. The talking points she tried so hard to sneakily spread for the longest time are actually the exact same talking points she brought up in her video. And I was also sent evidence of this by an ex-staff of hers that reached out to me during all this. So even though it was not my intention, my thread that ultimately led to her video pretty much baited out the fact that she was the one behind these claims and ideas all along. I also have full receipts for everything later on in the video.
Ooh.
So I'm going to address her most grievous allegations factually and concisely, with full receipts, context, and any additional information that might be needed. Finally, after 2.5 years, I get to set the record straight. Number 1, the Discord situation. Content warning, mention no predatory behavior and adult.
We already know about this one, and it is the biggest stretch on Illuminati's part I have ever fucking seen. Just a massive reach to try to make this guy out to look like, not even out to look like a predator, but to look like he's okay with predation happening in his community. And like the line of logic we have to follow to get to that conclusion is so contorted. It's insane. You'll see. You'll see in just a second if you haven't already seen my video taking apart Illuminati's response.
Topics. The situation brought up mentions a pedo joining my Discord. It is said that neither I nor my team took action against this predatory person and actively chose to do nothing to resolve the situation, basically just letting them run amok. Click did not address it or wasn't fast enough, etc. Here are the DMs of said creep, full username, etc. that she has already showed in her video. Now the first detail that was conveniently left out of the accusations is that I was asleep. In my time zone this occurred around 2 AM and within the span of me sleeping this random creep in question had already gotten banned. I took the liberty to dig through the old ban logs on my server and
like, I cannot tell you how many times I've woke up to finding out that some drama happened involving me while I was asleep. And I've just like, the first thing I wake up to is like a bunch of notifications because a clip of me went viral, or someone wanted to make like a call out video on me, or because someone said this or someone said that. Like it just, the amount of times I've woken up and the first thing I see is that this is going to be a day where I am just the center of discourse on Twitter is ridiculous. Do you know what I woke up to the day that Thought Slime said I had a sex cult? Can you imagine what my Twitter notifications looked like that day? When I woke up, I was asleep when he posted that. So I woke up to find out that Thought Slime had posted that shit. It is something else to wake up from the dead of sleep to find out the world has been talking about you for hours while you've just been snoozing. It is something else.
And here it is. He was banned at 2:14 a.m. my time zone. She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but can we talk soon when you're free? I'm in a bit of a conundrum and I don't know what to do. Yeah, what's going down? Can I call? GF is getting ready for work. How sensitive is the topic? Very. It involves the P word. What is going on? In click server and click knowing. 19-year-old and 12-year-old combo public server, blah blah blah, did nothing, and this was on the heels of Click's admin sending naughty stuff. And one topic says, hang on, I'll walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost...
Woo! Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if there were more. Like, I really wouldn't have been surprised if there were more than 44,000, but that is literally an unmanageable amount of people in a Discord server to be on top of 100%. Things will slip through the cracks inevitably. That's why you rely on, like, the people in your Discord being on top of things. Like, oh, there's some shit going down. I need to add a moderator. I need to add the owner. I need to add an admin, right?
3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up as well as the platform teams. Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address.
I suggest pausing and reading the pedo DMs Click showed on screen. It's a much weirder situation than the discussion lets on. What's going on in the Click server and Click knowing 19-year-old and a 12-year-old combo was public in his server. Multiple members went to his staff and did nothing. My staff in there had to ban the person and tag their ID to Discord to report them. And this is on the heels of Click's admin sending BDSM tests to minors and aged mods and prying on their... I don't know what this is supposed to be. Oh, sexual interests. Hang on, I'll walk over to my mic rather than do this on my phone. Okay, K, ready. Okay, thank you, always. So, I don't know what the thing about his mods sending, or Click's admin sending BDSM tests to minors is supposed to be, but I remember there being, like, something about that was, like, not what she was claiming. Maybe not. We'll see.
Walk over to my mic. Okay, ready? Thank you, always. But as stated, a ban was already issued before I even woke up, about 14 hours before Blair brought this up with OT, if her timestamps are...
Right now, he's responding to the idea that, like, he wasn't on top of the pedo in his server getting banned, so I assume he'll move on to that accusation.
Correct. So this was actually not a ban I was even personally involved with. It's also important to note that this is, sadly, the norm. Our server alone has 44,000 members and almost 3,000 bans. It is a well-known fact that Discord has...
Only 3,000? Those are rookie numbers, my friend.
Real problems when it comes to exploitative individuals and communities using their platform. We as creators do our best to clean this up as well as the platform
You need to
teams.
pump up those numbers.
Neither I nor my team condone this sort of exploitative behavior and do our best to address it when it comes to our attention. This isn't a Clicks Discord issue, it's a Discord issue. By the time I woke up, the staff spaces were in chaos. I assume she had asked her crossover staff to leave my server after the two teams clashed, fighting, tossing around odd allegations, and blame. Keep in mind, the creep that joined the VC was already banned for many hours. And this is what I saw when I woke up in the morning. Tons of messages in staff chats, arguments, white names from people leaving. I tried to get an explanation to what had happened, and it took me a good few hours to dig through everything, talk to people, try to de-escalate, and evaluate who had done wrong, and so on. The situation recap wasn't exactly presented to me on a silver platter. In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation, conversation. Number 1, being asleep at 2 a.m. detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole
I
thing
can
was
understand
left
being
out.
asleep
And
at
3,
2
a
a.m.
receipt of Illuminati reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations. And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist. The person who reached out to resolve this was actually myself. And here are the DMs where I did so. Probably worth going to you too, as this thing seems to be blowing up. What have you seen of the recent events on the server? If we got time, I think a quick VC would be good, because this is going on the warpath, it seems. Warpath referring to the teams arguing and fighting, not actually the ban itself. As I said, that had been issued 16 hours before this conversation took place. One sec, I'm on a call with OT. Can I bring him in too? Sure, no problem. Here is a zip file, which is all the images that she showed in her video of the DMs with the creep, etc, etc. By the way, gonna talk to my admins in 15. That's when this person is back and can VC. Okay, I'm writing in the group DM right now. I will let you guys know when all actions have been carried out. I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time...
So he literally, like, reached out to her and asked, wait, what moderator was doing weird shit sending BDSM tests to minors? And then she said, I'm proud of you, but then still tried to use this all against him in her video. These people are snakes. They will bite you if you turn your back to them. The pedo is a 19-year-old being pursued by a 13-year-old. Wait. Hold on. All of the elders around them, including the 19-year-old's therapist, saying it's fine if they're not physical, but the 19-year-old's still feeling like it's wrong. Yeah, it's definitely wrong. I'm sorry, there's no way. No, it is not okay for a 13 and a 19-year-old to be dating, physical or no, that's not okay. The age difference there is fucking profound. That is adult and child without even a fucking shadow of ambiguity or doubt. I don't care if, like, the literal child is pursuing the 19-year-old. I don't care. That's not, like, then you reject the 13-year-old, block them, and move on with your life. That's how it fucking works. What the fuck? That's not an excuse. What the fuck? 6-year age gap when your age is barely double the age gap? Yeah, well, that's the thing, though, right? Because, like, that age gap is half of one of their, like, almost half of one of their entire lifespans, you know? I'd assume the 19-year-old is mentally challenged and the therapist is fucked up. Yeah, the therapist is definitely fucked up if they're giving the okay to a 13 and 19-year-old dating. But regardless, the pedo got banned. And he handled the moderator by the looks of things. So Illuminaughtii just brought this up as like a desperate reaching gotcha against Click.
I'm after our voice call that it worked out quite well. Of course, important to note that this conversation was also an outreach to resolve the Discord teams issue, not about the ban itself. To further clarify, the ban had been issued 16 hours before this conversation and before I ever woke up. And yes, it was later brought to my attention that there were a couple of mods who failed to act initially. This was evaluated by me and the team to take proper action. It's important to keep in mind that these people aren't trained law enforcement, but community volunteers. Myself and the admin team I work closely with do our best to resolve any situations that occur in the Discord. Also important to know that this screenshot from the group call that she brought up is simply OT not wanting some random creep statements in his work drive. It's not that he was so torn up about my disgusting Discord as is insinuated in the video for some reason. If OT was really so disgusted with me and how I run things, isn't it odd that we've been close friends for the 2.5 years after this happened? It's a very odd thing to try to twist in her video. Of course, she would retell the story quite differently to anyone who would listen. Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months." Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks after we had left Sadmilk. The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually left a month prior. So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while. As for the staff member sharing inappropriate artwork in Discord, this happened about 5 weeks prior, so I'm not sure why it's being tied into all this, but I can say from experience with running Discord servers that it happens every few months that a staff member misbehaves and is removed from the team. Oftentimes, it leads to a couple of staff members getting removed, as troublemakers tend to enhance each other. This specific individual was removed.
It happens. I've had to purge mods and admins from my Discord server as well. When your team of moderators and admins are literally just volunteers from your community that you're like, you've been around for a while, I guess I trust you enough, then sometimes you're going to make some false judgment calls and you're going to have to take action against them. That's not like... But you didn't do anything wrong, though. Like, that's not a reflection on him having done anything wrong.
Moved from the team by me. The individual had been slowly spiraling, starting off with passive-aggressive behavior
Yeah, he
towards other
sounds
staff
Swedish.
and minor misdemeanors. When they failed to improve their behavior after a feedback session, and also got worse when they started sharing not safe for work artwork in staff chats, they were removed. I think it's
Oh my god. A Discord moderator might end up being a pedophile? Oh my god. Color me shocked. I would have never thought. No one could have predicted this.
an important specification that it was lewd artwork and not real-life nudes. I actually talked to Illuminaughtii one-on-one about this very thing. As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time. We did set up a rule set after the event occurred that the mod chat should live up to the same standards as the rest of the...
Hey, hot damn, 624 viewers right now. Really quick, I just want to take an aside to thank you all for coming out. Even if you don't, like, support the stream in any other way than just watching and hanging out, I really appreciate it. I like seeing big numbers in the viewer count. Thank you, guys. Maybe if you want to support the stream, it's totally free. Hit that like button, you know? Hit that thumbs up button. It really does help out a lot. It really does. So, you know, just maybe, you know, I do appreciate it.
the server rules, to avoid people getting carried away with their friends in mods chats. Furthermore, the individuals who partook were directly talked to and accepted that what they had shared wasn't server appropriate. I do also believe we demodded one of the instigators, who was a bit of a troublemaker, but it's a long time ago, I don't recall the names. Again, this is a situation I personally addressed once it was brought to my attention. It sadly happens sometimes that people in your community do or say things that you yourself don't endorse or stand for. I think every creator can relate to that fact. I think it's about how you build your community in general, what values you endorse, and how you act when situations happen. Because situations will happen. And to be clear, the chats were...
Listen, while it is important to recognize how content creators reflect on their... Like, I think looking at a content creator's community and how they behave is typically a good reflection on how the content creator themselves, you know, is, how they cater their community, what kind of content they make. You can't judge that content creator by the worst of their community, though, right? Like, that's completely unfair to do. Like, every single YouTuber on the face of this earth, regardless of how well they run their channel and how wholesome their content is and how morally upstanding they are, is going to have weirdos enter their community, gain some level of trust and power in that community through maybe being a moderator or something, and abuse that power or reveal themselves in some way to be undeserving of said power. It's just gonna happen.
Cleaned out because I wanted to ensure the chats were as safe as possible. In retrospect, I do believe the situation escalated to the point it did, so she could replace my staff and have more control over my Discord and community. But it's hard to tell if it's intentional or a byproduct of just constant conflict escalation and nitpicking. And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible. We have chill chat rooms, meme channels, a Minecraft community server, art contests, edits and fan art sharing, stream clips channels, you name it. It's just a good vibe. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's right there. You can actually just go look. nice little Discord play.
But most people won't, and that's what she was relying on, that most people won't actually go look.
Plug, hashtag sponsored by my Discord, heck yeah. Number 2, click using abhorrent language. Content warning, mention of slurs. I will be brief here because there isn't really much substance. She claims I was tossing around slurs when gaming with friends. The only evidence she has in a group chat where she's talking to Adiwali.
Apparently the slur in question is the R slur. You said shoe? I didn't say shoe. I said she. You understand that there's a she.
Among a few others. So it isn't an actual receipt of anything I did or said. It's not even a conversation I'm in. But just a few anonymous names venting in a group chat.
You heard shoe? Okay. Then you guys are obsessed. I'm pretty certain I did not say shoe. Alright, it's post the clips. Clip it and post it. I want to see. Tell me if I misspoke or not. Because I think you guys are the ones that are living, he did not say shoe. I know I didn't say shoe, but I'm asking who thinks I did. Who are the ones in chat who are desperately waiting for me to make another shoe video? You guys are so hungry for me to criticize Shoe on Head. Like, you'll hear me say she. And you'll say or think that I said shoe. Jesus Christ, you guys are foaming at the mouth for more drama.
However, to try to make sense of this, I actually asked Oz about this screenshot directly, and he had this to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the r-slur thing was about. I not only don't have any memories of it, but would only have to assume based on my past actions that I either A. over-embellished to further feel accepted of the tone of one instance, never of course realizing the damage it would cause. I'm sorry about this if that is the case. B. Blair and I had discussions in relation to this and had created a behind-the-scenes narrative of what to say. This was also very common when we lived under the same roof. C. There was also watching how Blair would twist and omit truths to people. While I don't have any direct proof of this, I will say that watching Blair just say the right amount of truth to people to get their praise and adoration may have swayed me to do the same. Edit, there's also a chance that he said this like way back in 2019. I think the language I used in the group chat was more to put distance between us, not...
Yeah, as I said, r-slur. The slur that he's getting shit for using while gaming with friends in private is the r-slur. Hey guys, I'm gonna make a confession to you guys, to all of you, okay? I say retard in private. I do. Yeah.
Great on my part. It would have to be one of those, or a mix, honestly, because I don't remember you saying it. Not saying it didn't happen, of course, but I don't have any memories of it. I'm sorry for the pain that comment cost, man. Apologies will never, of course, repair the actions that
Someone in chat said, Mrs. Obama, get down. I know.
I've made,
I know, chat.
and when all this went down.
I'm very stoned right now. This is some good weed. Guys, if you go to a dispensary and they got that like 90% THC, 3% CBD, Fat Panda hybrid concentrate vape, pick that shit up. It's worth it. Whew.
I'm sure there is more shitty things I've done or said that I honestly for the life of me can't remember. As for Blair claiming you use abhorrent language such as the N-word, the only evidence she ever gave us was, by her word, claiming that when the two of you were playing Dark Souls 3, you referred to enemies or shadows or ash as N-lets, or something along the lines of that in December of 2019. This was not brought up until after Sad Milk split. And to be clear, I don't hold a grudge about this against Oz in the least. I can't say for sure, but to me it looks like Oz was just being pushed to prove his loyalty in a way. I wish you all the best, man, and I hope you get to rebuild your channel or whatever you want to do with your life. Before we move on, I'm just gonna point out some funny hypocrisy. She said she would never be friends with someone that used that language, yet she...
Oh no, she's friends with Bad Bunny, isn't she? I'm pretty sure she's friends with Bad Bunny.
Regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both. And to add an extra layer of...
Well, I know she's definitely... he should bring up that she's friends with Bad Bunny. Or Kira Chats, as she goes by now.
Transparency on my own behalf, I didn't actually know the R word could be considered derogatory up until maybe 2020. So
nah,
it's possible I said it before.
Don't even, bro. Just say fuck off. Just say fuck off to it. Just say fuck off, block everybody who gets mad at you for it, and ignore it. It's just not worth it, alright? Like, the only people that get mad at the R-slur being used are such a small portion. They're not the people that like I even want to focus on trying to appeal my politics to, because they more than agree with me already on everything that I need to move them over to politically. I bet. So like, most people think you're a fucking nerd if you lose your shit over the r-slur. Like, most people see it as like very... Maybe not most people, but particularly online. If we're talking the internet and like the content creation online sphere, you look like kind of the nerd glasses bucktooth emoji if you get mad about people saying retard. You really, really do. That's how people look at you when you do that. The click shows logs of someone saying that Illuminaughtii uses the r-slur in private later in the video. I mean, of course she does, because nobody who uses like this woke Olympics as a way of making themselves seem morally superior to others actually lives up to the insane moral standards they set for the people they dislike.
that point, but I don't recall specifics. When people came to me around this time and told me they had had a word used against them simply for being neurodivergent, I was surprised, as that had not been the case around me when I grew up. But I personally stopped using it in my content, or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content, simply because I didn't want my community to get the wrong idea about the values I held. I personally don't find the world too outrageous and still hear it on a regular basis on YouTube or in the online world, but I did opt out of using it in my content after this was being brought up to me by my fans. 3. She regrets our friendship and regrets helping me fix my wrongful channel termination due to the events mentioned. Content warning. It sucks to have your channel deleted. I don't know, man. This is just a punch under the belt, isn't it? Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, and I appreciate my friends who had my back throughout all this. I even thanked them in my return video, her included. Here it is. But the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel. If you want to get into specifics, Oz and Salty are the ones who networked me with this network initially. But the rest was done by myself and the network. We fought for 3 weeks over Christmas.
Like, imagine thinking that it's a good argument to say, like, this is literally, ever heard of Creepshow Art? Bogey Fan 101, who just super chatted $2 on YouTube. You read my fucking mind. I was just about to say, this is Creepshow Art 2. Is this not just a repeat of the whole Creepshow Art thing? Like, this is just the sequel. So much sounds familiar in all of this to what happened with Creepshow Art. The lying, the weird kind of like stalking-ish behavior, the misrepresentations, the character assassination. You have no idea. She also paid people to dig up dirt on him. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's not get into spoilers now. Don't spoil it. Oh, it gets very Creepshow Art later? Am I just this good? Why don't I ever miss? It's somehow worse, San. Okay, if it's worse, then let's... Alright. Let's continue. Let's see how bad it is.
To get my channel back. Very odd high horse to try to climb on top of and claiming I should have lost my entire livelihood because of the events stated earlier in this video. Jeesh, man. On a happy note, here's a little celebration chat I had with my network rep after we got the channel back. Whee! Emojis! Whoa! Number 4,
nice.
The Illuminati smear campaigns. Content warning, vulgar language, mentions of predatory behavior. These following screenshots are reflective of behavior I think we have all seen, that the community can and has attested to. Vague tweets happened, whether you were a former friend or a current one, so it was clear to anyone who had experienced this before. But it's the specific timing I would like to bring attention to. Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 AM, that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminaughtii saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. It is wrong. If someone you know won't take action, then they are complicit to the problem, and so on and so forth, and here are some of the threads. In isolation, there is nothing wrong with this statement. It's one that I obviously support. However, the timing certainly struck us and the community as odd. Immediately after announcing our departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminaughtii and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors. Worth mentioning, she also...
That's definitely an intentional vague tweet. And not only was it intentionally like a vague tweet, like to, you know, just express their take, but to try to sow people's speculation, you know, trying to bait out speculation that would no doubt make Click look bad. Yeah, it's not very vague if people are kind of baited into figuring out what you're trying to say, but, you know, still a vague tweet. Still counts.
Also pushed Wonder to release a hit piece video on myself and OT back in 2021. When Wonder left, she retracted her support by removing her comment under the video. Wonder has since then retracted the video and apologizes for the false insinuation it contained, and I hold no grudge against him. I wish him the best in telling his own story and living his best life. He's a sweet guy who got caught up with the wrong people. She deleted the Sadmilk community tab after my Twitter thread, where I referenced her manipulation of comment sections and vague posting in order to spread rumors or manipulate the public image of us on the collab channel. So here's the deleted community tab, and the older screenshots I have from the community tab look like this. Better without Click, and you can see there are multiple comments that ratio this. I mean, obviously the channel had a lot of my audience as crossover. And a couple hours later, oh my god, all the ratioing comments are just magically gone, so it looks like more people are hating on me than they actually are. Oh my god, how could that have happened? Oh, I guess we'll never know. I am worried I sense big drama, especially on Twitter. I didn't see the N-word.
Wait, she was deleting comments in the community, so the community tab was full of comments a few comments that were shitting on Click, but then they were getting ratioed by a bunch of like a bunch of people defending him, and so she went ahead and just like banned all the people that were replying, ratioing the comments defending him. Okay, you guys are actually deranged. You have to stop. You have to stop with the shoe posting. I'm literally gonna make it a banned word in the chat. You have to stop. You guys are too horny for another like shoe on head drama. Okay, please, God. All right. I know you guys like me. Like, I know you guys like to watch me go up against like content creators several magnitudes my size and come out of it looking better. But oh my God. Oh my fucking God. You guys gotta chill, all right? Just relax. It's over. I won, okay? There wasn't anything to win, but if there was anyone who won in all of that, it would have been me, because she just kind of got proven wrong by playing down how bad the rise of transphobic rhetoric and literally genocidal hatred towards trans people is. And literally, time and time again, the state of politics in this country has proven that my worry about her messaging was valid. So, I mean, there you go.
In old videos, just
Get over it, chat. It's over. Just move on.
saying, oh damn, it's a little bit of sass, isn't it? And to clarify, back when I was a teen, I said some stupid things I'm not particularly proud of, things I no longer support. The statement she vaguely refers to was me quoting and referencing a movie clip I liked 12 years ago, and at the time I didn't really understand the concept of who can quote a bad word in reference to American culture. I am sorry about those statements, and I apologize to anyone who feels affected. I do not stand by it. I never intended any harm. I was trying, and failing quite miserably, to be funny. And to be honest, it actually feels good to talk about it, because she's held this over my head for 2 years. As people have started reaching out to me and other ex-members from Sad Milk, I now for the first time have gotten a proper look into the other side of this, and my suspicions of her being behind these rumors and smear campaigns is now confirmed. All these screenshots take place after we have left Sad Milk. We left in early October, and she posted about us leaving in early November. Here she is, hyping up people who simply got banned from, in this case, One Topic's Discord. They spent hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least any content creator can do or should do is give the teams the respect they deserve. Mods have been the backbone of every YouTube community, and so on and so forth. Ah, this OT and click poo has me heated. These stupid fricks. Oof. How could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? I would like to point out the hypocrisy here, that in regards to my own Discord, she has been constantly suggesting me not being harsh enough. But when a staff member actually is kicked for breaking rules, she does this? Alright, here she is, twisting the facts about the VC she had with OT around the time the people—
That is a good point. She was giving him shit for not being more ban-happy about not only members of the Discord, but also moderators, so...
It was banned around 2 a.m. Note that the dates mean that she has been spinning this twisted narrative of what actually happened for a very long time, about 2.5 years.
Hey, by the way, the only through line in all of this hypocritical, backwards, like, diametrically opposing behavior she's been engaging in all of this, the only through line, the only constant, is that it's supposed to make Click look bad. The Thought Slime does the same shit. Sophie from Mars does the same shit. That entire sphere of content creators, that entire, like, lunch table of people, all behave very similarly. I wonder if it's, like, similar personalities attract, or if they've all just kind of learned from each other's strategy.
Here she is, still harping on the same Discord situations yet again, venting about it in some group DM. This is all after I had left Sad Milk. Venting and nitpicking my wording in a DM. At this point, the argument isn't even if the situation was resolved or not. And to clarify, yes, I do think there is a distinct difference between personally targeting a minor with nudes or extorting them for nudes versus posting some random lewd artwork from Twitter in an inappropriate chat room.
Wait. Oh my God, really? That's what that person was getting shit for? They posted lewd art in a chat room appropriate for it that a minor saw, and she tried to twist that as sending it to a minor? That person probably didn't even know there was a minor present.
Both are bad, but they are not in the same ballpark. Me clarifying that is a very odd thing to nitpick and vent about. Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a collab video from myself and OT. Trigger warning, pedo stuff. We were watching an old video from OT and Click last night, and part of the discussion, they were discussing OT memes, and they made a driver of the free candy van joke. Holy poo! What the frick? Ah, really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? I mean, as if the Discord stuff wasn't already misinterpreted and overhyped enough. What is this? Are you serious? Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool.
Remember, she doesn't have to outright say it, just subtly hint at it. Just give the subtle implication. Just the subtle implication that there's something wrong with this tweet. On its own, there's nothing wrong with this tweet. In context, there's nothing wrong with this tweet. It's hello, fellow kids. But if you subtly suggest there's something wrong with it, you don't even have to say what it is. What conclusion would you draw? She's able to make you reach without even her having to do it. Like, she doesn't have to do the reaching. She makes you do the reaching for her.
What I'm assuming is suggesting that my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool. Oh my god, if straws were growing on straws, this would be the straws that were being grasped at, man. What the hell? Here she is, leaking and nitpicking a message from me to my staff, proving that she did indeed have insiders in my mod team after she and I had parted ways and the crossover staff had officially left. She says, yikes, and here is me saying that, oh yeah, you notice the staff has left again. Basically, what happened is that OT and I left Sad Milk. It was becoming an increasingly tense environment with the group, and at the end of the day, we had no real option but to take a step back. With that change, not surprising that staff from Sad Milk was asked to leave, and I hold no grudge over it. The positive side to this is we will have more freedom within our own ranks to form this place as we want it to be without too much influence from outside parties. Paired with that, I will now have more time on my hands and I can help with day-to-day tasks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in staff chats or DMs. I apologize for this rocky road, and I hope it will be easier in the near future. I will also book yet another meeting, Lamau, in the near future. Love y'all. He just lied to his staff about what really happened. What, I just said that people left? They did, though. They weren't asked to leave. Oh wait, I read that wrong, but he's pinning it on me. Why are you spying on my Discord, man? She's just spying on private conversation I'm having with my, like, 7 mods. Nitpicking specific wording. Yeah, I said she told her staff to leave because her staff left in the middle of the night with...
So she's got insiders in his mod team sending her, like, pretty innocuous screenshots from their mod discussion, and she's trying to twist it into something bad. But the screenshots themselves are really innocuous, so she's not even having a very easy time twisting them into something, like, insidious. She comes off as weirder for having insiders in his mod team.
Without explanation, nobody told me anything else.
That's obsessive behavior.
I have assumed. All I had was this when I specified to the staff that they were still friends. I want to let you know that one topic and I leaving Sandmilk. There's no bad blood, but the project is moving in a direction I simply cannot follow. I know this might cause some conflicting interest for the staff that are both here and in Sandmilk, and if you want to talk about it, I'm always open. In my book, you're welcome, independent of what projects are happening. And they're saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay here, I'm your friend, blah blah blah. But when I took the screenshots, the names were already white. They left in the middle of the night, and the only context I had to this was a random piece of a no mic VC chat that read like this. What the? Of course, I'm just confused. Understandable. Has everyone left Click already? Okay, I'm gone. Team Blair all the way after those dudes? Of course not. The Click is gonna be interesting from now on. Good luck with that. It's gonna be interesting. Any coffee for this Click was my original home, but still F him. So I don't know exactly what was said about me, but I suppose her telling her mods how horrible I was, just as was done in her video, isn't technically asking them to leave, I guess. It's probably worse. Going back to the rumor machine, here's the same chat room again.
So she's trying to say that, like, him saying all of the drama with Illuminaughtii has resulted in a bunch of people leaving as him blaming her for, like, she's trying to claim that he claimed she told a bunch of people to leave his community when all he said was the Illuminaughtii stuff has caused a lot of people to leave the Discord. It's literally like the most innocuous shit she's tried to twist into some gotcha. It's bizarre. I don't even know what else to say. There's so little to say on it. Like, these are literally the tiniest little nothing burgers I've ever seen. We're not even talking nothing burgers anymore. We're talking nothing sliders. Okay? We're talking nothing mini sliders.
Digging through my very oldest content looking for dirt. Let's play Minecraft with Crazy Part 2. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Ah, the R word is here. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. Jesus Christ, I was a high schooler in like 2010.
Wait, are you hold on. Holy shit. They actually tried to shit on him and cancel him for saying the arsler retard in a YouTube video released back and about Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6. That is before even the Minecraft Beta 1.7.3 mod pack version I play on stream. That is... Well, holy shit, the Click has been playing Minecraft longer than me. Impressive.
It is here. Minecraft Alpha 1.2.6.
My nose is itching.
I was a high schooler in like 2010 playing Minecraft for my like 12 followers. Oh. And here's the chat that keeps going. Ever since you made some announcements and fans are putting it together. While I am mostly the big bad bish, some are figuring it out. Listen, I have click on video saying the F-slur and R-slur. He will put himself up with his own ego like I won't have to do anything of that. He's gonna muddy his own hands and unravel it himself. Oh yeah, it's in his old videos. They are still live on his channel. Hobbies are a good way to spend your time. What the hell? And this is her just hyping people up to be more hateful towards me because of my old bad jokes when I was a teenager. So much for this just...
How much you want to bet Thought Slime has done this before in a... No, I know he's done this in Discord. There were, I swear, there's screenshots that I had in my Thought Slime video that were just him talking about me in his Discord, saying to people that I had a sex cult. Weren't there? I'm pretty certain there were. Yeah, Thought Slime did that? I'm pretty certain I had screenshots of it. I'd posted in my video about all of this. Xanderhall does in fact have a sex cult. Listen, if I did, I would not be hiding it, because that would make me cool as hell.
Happening to come out when I left Sadmilk. This, to me, looks like a very planned smear campaign, and she had a very big hand in it. Here is her talking again. I'm a level with y'all here, reading through the things and seeing this person in the chat excusing clicksing the R-slur because it was 10 years ago, and it's irrelevant as super yikes to me.
Reading through things and seeing people excuse Click for saying the R-slur because it was 10 years ago and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me. Oh my god, you just can't. You can't with these people. You actually can't. You simply cannot with these people.
Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't even in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now, because it was never appropriate. And here is the same chat keeping going, digging through even more of it. It's like, oh, here's another video.
Well, let us pray to you for your moral superiority over all of us from such a young age. You were literally, you came out of the womb, the perfect little progressive lefty. God bless you.
Where there was a bad word. It turns out even the random allegations against mine and OT's podcast we had to address last summer originated from this group, with the same people involved hyping up the person making the allegations both publicly and privately, at least according to people that have come forward to me. So based on what I have seen, she, along with some staff and others, would sit in this chat and just hype up each other's hatred for us, grasping at straws. And if this wasn't enough, here's a former staff.
That's what these people do. And I bet, I 100% bet they have, like, your social blade or something on fucking standby to check on it. And they get so mad when they see your stats go up. I look at my social blade sometimes, and I look at, like, how well it's been doing, especially lately, and I just, like, I just know my enemies look at this, and they see it, and they're mad. Yes. Makes me happy.
Member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt, more specifically the R word. I needed to work with this person to help me find Click saying the R-slur in Sadmilk's raw audio. I can do that, just let me grab a shower and I'll be down. She claims he said it in a Sadmilk video but can't remember which one, and she's over her head.
They're digging in 10-year-old videos to try to find him saying retard. It's actually fucking wild.
I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment. I mean, there's just an example. I'm sure there's more, which I don't have a problem with the word R, but she does for some reason, even though she uses it in private.
Of course she does. Of
Oh my
course
God.
she does.
Is this like serious drama? At this point, it's like, am I supposed to take this seriously, man? And to be honest, I don't care if she uses the R word behind closed doors, but also to be this up in arms about it when others do it, that's just like rampant hypocrisy, man. Come on. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years
There
of
it is.
decade-old content, and compiling it. I was like in high school and still learning English, playing Minecraft Alpha. Are you... Oh my god.
Some rounding off thoughts. If she genuinely was so concerned about me being harmful, why did she never do anything?
Think about where you were when Minecraft Alpha was the most recent version group. Or version branch of Minecraft development that was released. Do you want to know where I was? I must have been in 5th grade. I was in 5th grade. Maybe it might have been summer between 5th and 6th grade. Like, I am a different human being now than I was then. It's actually crazy how much changes in 10 years. To try to hold, like, if it was something really, really bad, obviously we'd be having a different discussion here. But when it's like saying certain words that are considered like 10 years ago, come on. How old were you 10 years ago? I was 13. 10 years ago, I was 13 years old. Well, in this case, that's more than 10 years ago for Minecraft Alpha. If we're talking Minecraft Alpha, we're talking 13 years ago. Because I was 10 when Minecraft Alpha came out. So we're talking we're talking further than 10 years ago, guys. Like, these are older than 10-year-old clips. Because I was 10 when Minecraft Alpha was out. I turned 11 in July 2010, so, like, yeah. So we're going so fucking far back to try to slander this guy. It's ridiculous.
If she genuinely believed children were being harmed in my Discord, or I was a rampant racist, a homophobe, ableist, why was the best thing she could do is start rumors, vent in Discord, and vague post on Twitter? Why would she do this? When I left, I wrote out a pleasant exit message detailing I still considered everyone friends. In our last DM together, I wished her the best. Why? Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money, just to try to
deflect from all the shit she was getting for being unambiguously in the wrong for attacking Legal Eagle? That's why. She started drama with Legal Eagle. It was like everybody was going against her. And there was and a bunch of stuff was bubbling up that made her look bad. And she knew the only way to salvage, like, her reputation, all of this, was to turn this drama into drama that was to hurt Click. And it didn't work. The Click parried her attack, I guess you could say. And it's bounced back onto her. And now she's gone from being under fire for the Legal Eagle stuff to being under fire for all of the stuff that boiled over from all of that, to now being under fire for maliciously trying to lie about the Click to redirect the hate towards him. So she's under fire for 3 different levels of cancellation at this point.
Ruin myself and others. Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend? Well, hello there, it's Click from the future here. I was just finishing editing this video where I got a few more things from ex-staff of hers and other people that have burned that bridge. The first couple screenshots is from one of our ex-admins showing that they did indeed reach out to me about the issues in the Discord, and here is me confirming that I did indeed address it. Here is that same person talking to Blair about the information in the Discord, claiming that I did indeed take action when the information reached me. So that's all well and good. There is a second story basically confirming my innocence and that I'm not a horrific Discord owner. But what has me a bit surprised is the next few screenshots. Here is Illuminaughtii having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, dirt-digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video. And she says, 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this. In the next screenshot, you can see her writing out a draft. I saw the Sad Milk announcement of all the milkmen. Now I'm seeing the comments. We all agree it's obviously not on good terms. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, etc., etc. This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit, and this is the entirety of the post. This is the truth about Sad Milk. It really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic, leaving his supporter server, and then so on so forth.
Oh my god, she's got an alt account where she pretends to be someone else and talks about herself in the third person. Ooh. 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 Holy shit. Yeah, that creep show art comment is aging quite well at this point.
And I was a big fan of the Click. I thought his streams were great, blah, blah, blah. But then I think Blair saw some of his streams. He did a stream where he watched his old videos. So this is actually Blair on an alt account making the claims that Blair must have seen some of his old videos randomly. She totally wasn't paying people to dig up dirt. This is her on an alt account spreading misinformation and trying to enhance her own image. Here's
God damn, he should have front-loaded the video with this. My only criticism of this video is that he should have front-loaded it with this. Oh, God. This is an unironic, legit creep show art situation.
another little funny post from the same account where she forgot to switch accounts and interacting with the Animal Crossing subreddit, at least according to Oz. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, creative differences. Click is a liar. And not to claim someone topic is friends with someone pretending to be wholesome and good. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account. And it keeps going. Click said the N-word and replies and claiming I'm not going to reply and I'm horrible. Here is a long post. I'm not gonna... You can pause it if you want to read the whole thing. I'm
not doing that.
Here is the same account, Doobie Schmertz, on Twitter.
I'm too
stoned.
This
was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name it. At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it. This was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread her stuff because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was so petty that she could never actually make a public statement of it. So she did this just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this. She paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why?
Dude, can we just flash up, Cherry, in the editing for this, you should just flash up, like, throughout this entire segment of the video, like a screenshot of, the surf, Lance from the Surf's video, defending Illuminaughtii, and it's just, like, slowly fading into view during this segment. I feel like that would be really nice.
Why? And it keeps going. Here it is on Twitter, tagging me, tagging herself. It's tagging Def Noodles. Here it's tagging Midnight Palma, Damien. It's tagging a bunch of people from the community and Salty. It's tagging Amanda the Jedi. We had her on the guest on the podcast.
She's trying to, like, build a group of content creators with platforms who are willing to speak out against him. And she's not even doing it herself. That's the funny thing.
And you come after Amanda the Jedi? Here's Vamps getting the same posts. Here arguing with a bunch of fans. Here's one topic with his wholesome the Halloween special. Oh, Doobie Schmertz. Right there. Well, isn't that just wholesome and sweet? Here's Anne Mine with a cute artwork about myself. OT.
God, all the way back in 2020. Wow. Somebody posted a picture of what Illuminati's room looks like on Twitter. And, like, I've got a pretty messy desk, to be fair. My desk, like, I clean it often, but it very quickly accumulates, like, water bottles and, like, Monster Energy cans and stuff like that. And not monsters, yeah, monsters, but, and old vapes, right? But I clean it up, like, a couple times a week, right? My room itself, though, is pretty clean. Like, I keep my room pretty clean, and I try to keep my place pretty clean, like, overall. Cleaning up after myself does a lot, but having guests over usually, like, fucks it up. But, like, her room, and all the pictures that I've seen on Twitter, looks like... It's shameful, okay? It's worse than any streamer room I've ever seen, okay? I missed trash day 1 week while I was here, okay? And I had like an XQC trash bag pile next to the trash can I had to deal with when the next trash day came around. And that is the most shameful I've ever felt in my life about the state I've let my living like space be in. That picture of this woman's room blows that out of the water, okay? I unironically think this woman is like a NEET. Like the woman equivalent of like a neckbeard Kiwi Farms posting obsessive NEET. But she has a massive YouTube channel where she makes documentaries and talks about tea, essentially. Like, she's basically a tea channel. At least she's a leftist. Is she really? Or is she just appropriating progressive, like, language and morals and principles as a way to attack others? Does she really use her platform that much to fight against bigotry? Or does she really only use those morals as a weapon against others? How often is she really out there fighting for these progressive values for no one else other than the values themselves? It's almost always her using her supposed super progressive values as a weapon against others.
And salty, and yep, Illuminati's right there with her alt account, posting this slanderous video that she edited together, collecting all the worst things she deemed from stuff I said when I was barely of legal age. And it keeps going. Here it keeps tagging one topic. Here it's tagging Blair again. It goes on. It keeps going.
Jesus Christ.
This isn't some small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more work in a project or not.
Dude, you know what one of the most frustrating things for me to hear about, like, any drama, like the sex cult drama or, like, the shit with Sean Head or whatever it may be, is when people's response to, like, it being brought up or talked about is, ugh, why do you keep talking about it? I don't care. Who cares about this? If you care about this kind of stuff, you need to go outside. And it's like, okay, there's definitely a hint of truth and validity to that take. But I have to admit, when people are like, it's always in response to people defending me, you know? Like, it's always people saying that in response to people bringing up receipts to defend me against a certain content creator who's, like, slandering me. You never see it in response to content creators slandering me, saying, like, oh my god, who cares about this drama? I don't care about it. Go outside or whatever. You never see that. It almost always comes off as a deflection tactic. Like, why are you still talking about this drama? It's been years. And it's like, well, because it's come up again. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They never apologized. They tripled down and never indicated they don't stand by what they said. So why should I move on in that way? I don't know. God, a lot of people watching right now. Consider hitting the like button. I really appreciate it if you do. Every single thumbs up really helps the stream and the channel a lot. Thank you, guys.
I need a break, man. I need a break. I'll add this part to the video, and I'll let the rest of the video play out as it was originally.
Christ. Please fucking stop what you're doing, okay? I cannot fucking handle this. Okay, let's let it die. I'm not fucking able to record because of this stress. Okay, I'm pulling back. Work with him. Okay. Jesus. So even this person was like, oh, Like, Oz Media
Chapter
was like...
5, some other...
Whoa, okay, hold on. Oz Media was even actively saying they don't feel comfortable with the weird alt account shit that Blair was doing.
Comments, content warning, self-harm, and depression. Her video goes into a few more topics, how she wasn't paid, even though her own screenshot shows me resolving the payment after I had issues with the credit card, along with offering to help out further. And also some out-of-context schedules, which I have no idea when the screenshot is taken or of exactly what. I have no real interest in addressing it, to be honest. It's just he said, she said stuff, and I think I've shown enough in this video to clear my name and show that she has consistently presented half-truths and twisting events to their worst possible interpretation. My intention is that this is my last address of this situation. But I would like to quickly comment on other parts of the video. What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential suicide note, she also shares images and talking points suggesting this man is at the end of his rope. Kicking downwards is an understatement. Some people are commenting how she bought a nice car and leased to him and gave him a job. And I would like to point out that this in of itself is quite charitable. However, it comes with the cost of full control of his life. She is not just his friend, but his landlord, car leaser, and boss. Any conversation or disagreement would be very far from a peer-to-peer interaction. And if she really wanted to help a friend who needed a car, why not just buy a used one and ride over ownership of it? It's cheaper, less dependent, and the wear doesn't matter. The whole thing seems very fishy to me, but I will let Wonder speak for himself.
Wait, she's like a super landlord? She's a car lord, a landlord, and a fucking, like... she's literally, like, landlording out this person's entire fucking life? I mean, I assume she's offering a very, like, reasonable price, but the idea that, like, any... more like sharecropping, that's more accurate, you're right. Thank you, Eliza Lee. But, like, that massively kind of leans things when it comes to, like, oh... hey, I know that I'm kind of responsible for, like, your entire ability to survive and live. I have this petty drama I'm engaging in. You should lie for me and help me out with, like, slandering this other YouTuber, you know? Just, you know, once again, reminder that I kind of, you know, provide you everything you need to live. Just, you know, little reminder. Is that basically what happened? Also, she makes a shit ton of money as well. Like, there's no reason for her not to have been able to just, like, be charitable and offer this, you know, like, as a, in a less, like, controlling way. I don't know, it's bizarre. Definitely weird. I think the rest of the video is way weirder, but still.
She also dodged Oz's entire statement, which, yeah, I'll let him tell his side of the things too. My only personal wish is that she just stops.
She repossessed the car with all of his stuff in it, leaving him no place to live? Jesus Christ.
Stop obsessing over people in Discord. Stop trying to spin a narrative or dig up dirt just because someone left your collaboration channel. We just want to be left alone. Finally, I would like to thank my community for being respectful and patient, both towards myself and others throughout this whole ordeal. And I'm looking forward to getting back to business as usual and posting my silly videos and streaming video games. And as a small side note, just to address potential comments that might come up, yes, this video is monetized and sure, it's not throttled by YouTube because I actually want people to see it. Now, I am gonna go get drunk and I'm gonna touch grass. Take care and have a great rest of your day.
Based. I am going to be linking this video, of course, as the pinned comment down below in the comments section. I recommend every single one of you go out of your way to click that link and drop a like and give it some engagement. Give it a watch. Comment Xander Hall sent you. We want that video to get more views because obviously the truth getting out there and more people knowing it and knowing what this crazy fucking lady is up to with her platform and how she is using it to abuse people and try to attack their livelihoods because of petty drama, how much she is willing to lie, misrepresent, and twist the truth in order to achieve that ends, or those ends. I think it needs to be exposed to as many people as possible. So yeah, go watch the video. It was very good. I like the click a lot. I'm really sorry they had to go through all this. And also, fuck the serfs for defending her through all this shit, because once again, another L for him. I feel like that video came out pretty good. What do y'all think? Good segment or nah? So many people watching right now. Hot damn. Thank you all so much for coming out. I really, really appreciate it. It's so nice to see so many people out here right now. Oh my god, 750 people watching right now on YouTube. Oh my lord, thank you so much. If you're watching right now and you enjoy the stream, please consider dropping a like. It really helps the channel out a lot. We've got 752 people watching and only 375 likes. Come on, let's get some more likes. I know we can do it. I know we can get to 500 likes and like easy. Easy we can get to 500. Come on. This should be easy for you guys. I know you can do it. Every like counts. Come on. You guys can blast through that goal. 100%. I want to see you guys hit 500. I know you guys can do it. Every single like does go a long way. 428. Hell yeah. You guys, I told you, it would literally jump up once you guys start doing it. It'll literally jump straight up. I'm doing my part. Hell yeah. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Even if you don't hit the like button because like your phone's in your pocket or something and you don't really feel like pulling it out and, you know, unlocking it and dealing with all that shit. I get that. I get it. But even if you're just sitting there watching stream passively and you don't engage with it, you don't drop a like, you don't comment or anything like that, I really do appreciate it because seeing a lot of you here, just having you guys hanging out, it makes me feel happy. I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you guys. I think we are going to hit 500 though. We're 25, 24 likes away now. I don't know if you guys can hit 500 though. I don't know if you guys have it in you to hit 500 though. Let's see if you have it in you. 482. It's slowing down, but it's still going. I want to see if we can hit 500 before the next segment. Oh! 491. Try some Caribbean weed when you go there. There's Caribbean weed. I need to try it, yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, am I? Oh. Am I? Am I gonna sneeze or no? What is this cock tease? Okay. I think my nose is just runny because of allergies. I love that for me. Ugh. I don't usually have seasonal allergies, but Seattle has a lot of flowers blooming this time of year, like more than I have ever seen in any part of the country in my life, okay? Any part of the world in my life, in person. And it has resulted in ungodly amounts of pollen in the air. Like, I got my window open. Maybe if I shut it, it would help, but like, it makes my nose run for sure. But yeah, I really appreciate all the likes, guys. Thank you for getting me to 500. I really like to see it. Thank you, guys. You guys have been awesome today so far. Yeah, plants are jizzing in my nose. Yeah, I'll add you as a mod on the Discord, Transgal. Just let me know on Discord after I end stream. Yeah, Mr. Nubs, I'm the same. I am not allergic to pollen. I don't get seasonal allergies, but the pollen in Seattle is so bad, it's affecting even me. Oh, the plants are fucking. Oh my god, the plants do be fucking right now. Holy shit. I am inhaling so much plant cum right now. Okay. Zagafer, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. That is a very kind $25 donation right there. Gifted to Dude Jack, Beyond Safe Words, Regular Dude 313, Hedonist, and Nova Rose. I'm sure they all really appreciate it, and I certainly do as well. Thank you very, very much. Ugh, I gotta clear my sinuses. God damn. Let me update the dono goal really fast. And let me prep up the next segment, guys. Whoa, no spoilers. All right, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, a good friend of mine in the streaming space, who, in my opinion, gets a lot more shit than she deserves, Keffels, has been gone for a little while now. For a couple months, she has just not been doing content. She has disappeared from the internet. And the reason for that is that she had followed through on a long-standing plan to go to rehab for drug addiction. She has since left rehab and is now clean and is doing very well for herself. She's gotten a lot healthier and she's gotten a lot happier. And in all the time I've talked to her and all the information I've gotten from her friends and everything, she seems to be doing a lot better than before. And I'm very happy to hear that. Gay little cat got clean, true, Velvet. And I'm very happy about that. However, I don't really know all the details because, you know, I've been super busy lately and I haven't really been able to, like, keep up with what's been going on behind the scenes. But Keffels just 3 days ago dropped the video, her comeback video called, and this really did catch my eye. It was hard not to watch this the second it came up in my recommended. I Almost Died. It has 24,000 views, which is quite a bit in 3 days, so she's definitely not fallen off in the time that she has been gone, which I'm sure she'll be happy to know. But yeah, I haven't known a lot about what's been going on behind the scenes, and she made a video about this, and I'm curious to hear her side of everything, because unfortunately, there's been a lot of people, a lot of, I would say, bad people on Twitter who've been twisting this video into a narrative that I have a feeling is not the case. I've seen a few instances, for example, without having seen the video itself, of people being corrected on clips they've fallen for from this video after watching the full video and finding out the context and realizing that the claim being made alongside the clips on Twitter were not actually true. And they weren't actually representative of what she was saying, things like that. People were already jumping on this video to try to misrepresent her, but we're going to watch it in full, hear what she has to say, and hopefully maybe a couple of you in chat who have been misled by misinformation about Keffels online will be enlightened, because unfortunately, there's a lot of misinfo about my friends going around online, and I hate seeing it happen. It makes me sad, so let's hear her side of everything. This video will probably be very much triggering for you if you have certain, you know, traumas, so trigger warning.
I'm a little nervous. I've got a lot of serious stuff to talk about today, right? And it's really hard to talk about, but I want everyone to know, like, everything that has happened to me in the past little bit. I want to talk about addiction. I want to talk about the stuff that I have been struggling with for a very long time. I never talked about it, at least on stream. I never wanted it to be a public thing because to the people who know me...
Should we get a Zan Wiggler? I feel like we need a Zan Wiggler emote. Just rip the meme straight from Keffels.
Stuff that I have been struggling with for a very long time. I never talked about it, at least on stream. I never wanted it to be a public thing because to the people who know me really well, I get attacked ruthlessly online. Every single thing about me is just fodder in order.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter what Keffels does. Like, she will get shit for it. At this point, like, she could put out a video. She literally announced she was doing a charity for a member of her community that passed away, like the family, like a charity for like costs for funeral costs in the family and all that. And people were still giving her shit, saying that it was some sort of like scheme to launder money or something. It doesn't matter what she does, they will attack her.
Order to harass me. So I just never brought it up, but I want to be open about it now. It's something that has been a big struggle for me. I just turned 29. I spent my 29th birthday in rehab. I didn't even get a cake. Oh wait,
Christ.
I did. My friends took me out to Cheesecake Factory on my birthday in rehab.
Hell
so I
yeah.
did get a cake, and it was
I
very
love
good.
Cheesecake
I have very
Factory.
cool friends. I want to go back to the
Based.
beginning. Like before
I wish
rehab.
I was there.
In my early 20s, I dropped out of university because I started to develop chronic pain issues. And I had no idea where these issues were coming from. I started going like doctor to doctor because the pain was so bad I was bedridden. And while I was trying to figure out what exactly the issue was, my GP started prescribing me Percocet. Over time, I started to develop a
This is how the vast majority of opioid addictions start, by the way. Most people don't, like, get into opiate addiction because they just, like, were at a party or hanging out with a friend and they were like, yo, hey, you should try this heroin. It's super dope. It's super dope. The vast majority of the time, it's because they suffered from a medical condition, were prescribed opiates, which are extremely addictive but still effective, and that's why they're prescribed, and they get an addiction. And at that point, like, when you have an addiction to something, you are no longer sane in regards to your thought process when it comes to achieve, like, obtaining that thing, right? Thank God I have never been addicted to anything other than caffeine, nicotine, and weed, because I'm very addicted to those things, you know? When I don't have, caffeine, my body shuts down, and I am just in, like, slug mode. Uber slug mode. Like, I just can't do anything. I am just bedridden, practically. When I can't get nicotine, I am just, like, a nervous wreck. You know, like, every, like, errant noise makes me jump, and I'm like, the fuck? You know, like, I'm just, like, on, like, a needle's edge, right? On a knife's edge, right? And then no weed just makes me super, a lot the same way, but even more so. Maybe just as much, but yeah. Like, when it comes to being addicted to a substance, you're no longer thinking rationally about that. It's not a matter of, oh, I'm addicted, I need to get off of this. It's like your body is physically revolting in response to your conscious thought trying to make you swerve away from it. So when you have doctors get you addicted to medication like that, that's where most people started that ended up at hardcore, like, heroin addiction, for example.
tolerance to Percocet. I started doing more and more opiates. And then eventually I started doing so much that I was running out of my prescription.
I got a prescription of, here, I'll rewind very quick because I obviously don't want to interrupt her story too much, but I'll give a little bit of my own experience to add on to this. I got my wisdom teeth removed all the way back in 2019. I was actually doing politics content at the time. It was very early on, but still. I got all 4 of my wisdom teeth removed, and like 2 days later, Avengers Endgame premiered, so that was pretty cool. But I got prescribed Vicodin for my, like, after my wisdom teeth got removed for the pain relief. And I took my prescribed Vicodin, and then I finished, I finished it. And for 2 weeks, I was kicking the addiction and going through withdrawals. And it gave me an all-new appreciation for the character of House in the show House MD. Because, yeah, it turns you into a real ornery bastard. It really does. At least in the case of Vicodin, that shit turns you into a real ornery bastard when you, like, run out of it. And it was just the bottle of prescription Vicodin that I used, you know, on prescription and everything. But, like, I was addicted to it, and I didn't even realize it until I ran out of it. And I never got more. I never continued the addiction. 2 weeks went by, and I basically went back to normal. And I don't crave it to this day or anything like that. But, like, yeah. It's serious. And when you run out, it affects you. That's the closest I've gotten to being in that situation. I can imagine if, like, I wasn't, you know, like, completely opposed to getting into, like, opioids in that way, then I could have fallen down a pretty dark road.
Opiates. And then eventually I started doing so much that I was running out of my prescription. I started to realize I was developing an addiction. And I went to my GP and I told my GP this. And he just said, don't tell anyone because they won't prescribe you opiates anymore. So I just kept doing Percocets. And then eventually one of my friends, they were down on their luck. They just became homeless and they were trying to get clean off meth. So I let her stay at my house because I didn't want her living on the streets. She taught me how to shoot up. And I moved from doing Percocets to doing hydromorphone. I started doing that a lot. And then eventually what happened was that my ex found out that I was going to my dealer's house to buy heroin. And they got so mad, they punched a brick wall and broke their fist. And that was kind of a wake-up call for me. The people in my life were terrified of the path that I was going down. Instead of going cold turkey, and instead of doing heroin, I went to OATC, which is the Ontario Addiction Treatment Center. It's the government-funded methadone clinics. So every morning, I would get up, I'd walk to the methadone clinic, I'd pee in the cup, I'd get my methadone, and I'd go to work. I was able to taper myself down and get off drugs. But the problem is that the chronic pain issues I had didn't go away. And once I was off those, I couldn't work anymore and I had to quit my job. Eventually, after going to so many doctors, I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain condition that affects the nervous system. The symptoms include things like fibrofog, where you lose your train of thought. And when you know that about me, it becomes kind of obvious because I do have issues with my concentration. At the time that I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, I got put on long-term disability because I couldn't work. I couldn't go to school and I couldn't work and I didn't know what to do with myself.
Canada moment. So I want to point out, by the way, like, if you haven't been in the situation, like, this is literally one of my nightmares, is having, like, not even a serious, just like a mid-tier, frustrating medical condition that, like, gets in the way of me working and living a good lifestyle, that no matter how many doctors I go to and get referred to and get checked up by, it just can't get identified. And, like, I keep on having to live with that issue as it keeps preventing me from working, as I keep on trying to go from doctor to doctor to doctor that keeps failing to diagnose my issue. That is literally a nightmare scenario for me. And for it to result in chronic pain that just constantly gets in the way of getting work done or living my life. Like, and the problem with having that, by the way, the problem with being in that situation is no one will take it seriously. Particularly conservatives. Conservatives will make a point, a political argument, out of seeing somebody who has a chronic pain type disability and making them out to be, like, lazy and like, oh, they just don't want to work. They need to just suck it up, walk it off like the rest of us do. And it's like, they've got a chronic condition. Like, yeah. It's very similar to how conservatives disregard entirely, like, mental health, right? The only time conservatives actually care about mental health is when it comes to the discussion as to whether or not gun ownership is a problem in the country. And they'll say, now it's just the people who've got serious mental health issues you got to worry about. It's not the guns, it's the mental health issues that people have that are causing the gun violence, right? Yeah, that's when they'll talk about it. But besides that, all you need to do to deal with depression is drink a beer and just lighten up.
I really wanted to feel like I had a sense of purpose in the world. And that's around the time that I started getting involved in politics. That's when I joined the Communist Party. In my mid-20s, I got a capsulectomy, which is, it's basically a surgery for getting rid of breast implants, because I got silicone implants put in when I was 18. When I got them out, a lot of my pain issues subsided. It was still there, but it wasn't as excruciating as it used to be. There's a thing called breast implant illness, and a lot of the symptoms mirror that of fibromyalgia, but it's something that doctors really aren't sure about right now. So I was clean from opiates from 2015 until 2018 when my father died. I was in the room when they pulled the plug on him. There's something they don't really tell you about that. I got to be there to witness him suffocate to death. And it's still something that I have nightmares about. I have, like, recurring nightmares about people suffocating to death. Just give me a sec. Okay. So, in the days following my
So, I don't really have much to say on that, as you can imagine, because there really isn't much to say on that. But what I do want to add is that something that upsets me a lot about the state of content creation online and this sphere, and particularly if you're a creator like Keffels, who has been maligned as much as her, you're basically not allowed to get this, like, emotionally vulnerable publicly without a shit ton of assholes deciding that this is you trying to grasp for sympathy, right? Because if you're going to make a video where you explain to your audience why you fell into opioid addiction, you're going to have to open up about some pretty dark stuff. And yeah, some of that stuff is going to make you sound sympathetic. And if people don't like you, they will try to weaponize that to make it sound like you're trying to use this as an excuse for your actions. And from my understanding, Keffels doesn't use this as an excuse for her actions in this video. She is simply trying to explain what happened. And as much as the people who hate Keffels try to claim she's a racist, bigot, piece of shit, grifter, yada, 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 they'll go on a very long list of insults about her and everything. I think I know her well enough that I can say quite positively, she's a lefty, and she's progressive, and she cares about the issues that she talks about. And the reason why a lot of the people who hate her, well, on one end, for the left side, it's jealousy, it's people mad that she does edgy, funny humor, and on the right, it's people that are mad that she is a prominent trans woman. Because it really is that simple. Being a prominent trans woman who is outspoken and unapologetic about your political beliefs really is enough to make you, like, public enemy number one within large sectors of the online space. And that's what's happened to Keffels.
my dad dying, I was staying with my mom because I wanted to be there for her. It really affected her. She never really recovered from my father passing away. And when I was staying with her, I found out that my dad had like months of Percocets just lying around the house that he never took. So I grabbed them all, and I spent almost
It is very common for people to take their passed away loved ones' medication if they have prescriptions for, like, addictive, like, high-inducing medications, to, like, or to sell it. Like, a lot of people sell it. Like, you have, a loved one and they were taking very powerful opiates. Like, they pass away unexpectedly. They've got a couple bottles left. A lot of people sell it or they take it, and sometimes their addiction starts there.
100 days on Percocet from the day that he died until Christmas. And on Christmas holidays, when I was in Niagara Falls with my ex and with my family, I ran out. But I was too ashamed to tell them what happened. So I went cold turkey, and I told everyone I had the flu while I was puking my guts out in the hotel bathroom. But I've been clean from opiates ever since. Even in the stuff that led up to going to rehab, I didn't do opiates. And that's what I wanted to talk about. But I wanted to tell everyone before I talked about what happened before I went to rehab, the struggle that I've already had with addiction. I've dealt on and off with opiate addiction for almost a decade now. After all this stuff ended with Drop Kiwi Farms, I moved into an apartment on my own. I got out of a relationship and I just tried to continue going on like nothing happened. Like, I just went back to streaming, even after dealing with all of the traumatic things that I dealt with in the last year. And my mental health started to spiral. Like, it was really bad behind the scenes. And
stop looking at me like that, chat.
To be honest, I'm really grateful that I'm alive, because there's a chance that I wouldn't be here today to do this stream. And I've always been given the advice that when you're a live streamer, when you're a content creator, you're not supposed to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, you're not supposed to tell people when you're struggling. But I
unironically, like, when she started talking about, like, they just got out of a really bad relationship and, like, started streaming thing, I hate to make a joke here, but I have to add a little bit of levity, Eric, okay? She'd appreciate it. I like, immediately what popped into my mind was basically all of you guys, you guys know this meme? the entire chat at me when Keffels started talking about that. I love that meme. I'm sorry. I had to add some humor to this.
I was struggling a lot. I didn't want to be alive. I had dealt with so much, and my life was so fucking hard. I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost
No. I didn't date Keffels. The joke is that I had like a very similar situation to what she's describing happen to me very recently. It's like recent Zan lore.
interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023. 8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth. I had a friend come over to help me detox.
That is also very common because meth is cheaper than coke, and it's quite similar in effect and substance and appearance. So oftentimes, if you're not getting like top of the shelf coke, apparently there's usually a lot of meth in there that's cut in there, because it's like something you can use to spread it out, you know, without diluting like a high, right? Like it's really diluted and spread out, but if someone snorts it, they're still gonna be like, "Whoa, I'm high," you know. So it's believable, right? That's pretty common. Like people can literally get a meth addiction from a coke addiction.
And I tried
It's really
to just...
seriously. I'm just gonna say this right now in regards to cocaine. I tried it once. I did. I was at a party once, years ago, and I was offered a key bump of cocaine, and I ended up trying two, back-to-back, 2 key bumps. It was apparently very good cocaine as well. And do you guys want to know what it was like? It was like I drank 2 Monster Energies back-to-back. I'm sure if I'd done a full line, it would have been like hype energy like I would have never had in my life. But honestly, when you can get the equivalent of 2 key bumps of cocaine from 2 cans of Monster Energies worth of caffeine, and yeah, caffeine's addictive, but, you know, it's not coke, and it's not coke laced with meth. I really do think that if you're ever offered cocaine, even if it's an experimental, like, first try thing, just trying it once at a party, I'm honestly just going to tell you as someone who's tried it, this isn't a dare, just say no thing. Honestly, just turn it down. It's not worth it. People can get addicted to cocaine after trying it just once, and the effects that cocaine addiction can have on you are very, very, very serious. It's just not worth it. It's not... like, the experience, the fun of it just isn't worth it. Seriously. I unironically recommend that you just drink 2 Monster Energies back to back and experience that. And you're basically... Oh, and also, like, maybe like, sneeze 5 times. So, like, your nose is running and the back of your throat and and your sinuses kind of burn a little. And then you'll roughly know what it's like. It's just not worth it. It's really not worth it. This is unironically the most effective don't do drugs campaign that's ever been. This is way more effective of a don't do drugs campaign than anything that's ever been hosted in a school. Like, hey guys, I tried it once. It wasn't great. Honestly, not worth it. You know it's dangerous. I tried it. It wasn't all that great. Here's an alternative that's like unironically, just stick with weed. Literally stick with weed.
Go back to my life like nothing ever happened, and I tried my best to make it so no one knew how bad things were. I really didn't want to let people down, especially because I know there's a lot of people in my audience that look up to me, and I don't want to let them down. I don't want to let any of the people who have regularly came into the chat to say that they came out because of me. I don't want to let them down. After the 8-day-long coke and meth bender and detoxing, I tried to go back to streaming. And then I got invited to this Twitter space where it was me and a few other trans activists, and we had to debate a whole bunch of far-right people on whether or not trans people deserved rights. I know a lot of people in the chat right now were around during that, and I was going through coke withdrawal while I was while I was in that Twitter space, and I was
Jesus.
so irritable that I just had to pause for a second, and I started calling them retards, and that kicked off so much shit. That kicked off like more shit than I have ever gotten from the left, and I don't.
People are going to say that she's blaming her addiction withdrawals on doing that, but like, I mean, I know for a fact it's true that she was going through withdrawals. I know for a fact it's true she went to rehab. Like, there's no dispute. Like, I know it happened. I saw pictures and stuff of like her going and stuff from her friends and whatnot, like, and afterwards and everything. So like, I know this is true, and I know people act more unhinged, I'll say, when they're going through withdrawals. So like, people are going to give her shit, but that is a fairly decent reason for her to have been a little bit more on edge during this time. But people aren't going to care. They're just going to try to claim that she's being disingenuous or something. They'll find an excuse.
I want to rehash all of the stuff that happened, and honestly, I still don't think what I did was that big of a deal. No one was hurt because of that. The only person that was really hurt at that time was me. But after the fallout from all of that and all of the drama, I decided, fuck it. I figured out how to get drugs on the darknet, and I started making a plan to kill myself. I started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering heroin from the darknet to end my own life. And my friends found out about this plan, and after finding out, they convinced me to go to rehab, and I'm really glad.
So, I don't know how much I can or should say, but I was privy to a small amount of this. Not all of it, not even to the extent of what she just said here, but I was privy to a small amount of this. And there were, I remember there was this one person, fuck, I forgot what their name was. I don't even know if I want to name them because they're such a piece of shit. But when Keffels was still away, there was this popular trans account that posted some shit trying to take like pride in like supposedly destroying Keffels' career for her own good. And it was like, holy shit, you absolute sack of fucking shit. The people who are trying to weaponize this stuff to go after her do not care about her, especially because well before any of this was exposed to the public, I knew what was going on and it was set into motion that she was going to be going to rehab. Before it ever became public and the world knew about like the addiction issues and all of that, she was like, it was already being set into motion for her to go to rehab. The people who dropped this and made this public only did it to attack her and try to bring her down. And then afterwards, after she went to get help, they gloated about it, trying to act like they had destroyed her career. That is what these people are like. That is the moral ground they operate on.
That I had them in my life, and they were there for me, because if they weren't, I wouldn't be here. And I still have so much ahead of me. I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the addiction rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made, honestly. While I was there, I got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. I didn't realize, I think because it was so normalized, that I was dealing with a lot of trauma, and I had no idea what dealing with a lot of trauma does to people.
If you have, okay, I have seen so many people on the left who are public figures engage in behavior that oftentimes gets them shit from the types of people that will find any showing of emotion, any bleeding, like any blood in the water, I guess you could call it, as like an opportunity to attack. I've seen so many figures who have fallen victim to that mob of people. And I've found out they suffer from PTSD. It seems like it's pretty common for, like, if you're like a large public figure and you suffer from PTSD, to like literally have a harder time dealing with like the amount of abuse and attack and harassment you'll get online than if you're like neurotypical in that respect. So that kind of fucking sucks, because if you're neurotypical, at least in that area of psychology, then chances are you're just naturally going to have a higher likelihood to have a thicker skin in regards to responding to like blatant harassment and attempts to attack you in very personal, deep places. But like, I don't know. It's unfortunate. It seems like because the left is more accepting and open about mental health, the right takes advantage of that and attacks people who they see as being more vulnerable, and that usually results in people who have like PTSD or like depression or whatever being like the largest targets of right-wing harassment and like brigades.
I didn't realize I was regularly having flashbacks. I didn't realize that I was lashing out at people because I was having so many flashbacks.
Leftism is when mentally ill? No. Lefties are just more accepting and like not outright like attacking and what's the word for it, aggressive towards people who are neurodivergent. And so you see more people on the left who are not only neurodivergent but neurodivergent and open about it. The right has a lot of neurodivergent people there, but let's just say they're not open about it. Okay, they take shame in it and they attack each other for it.
I was like constantly in fight or flight for most of most of 2020. I was in fight or flight. But now that I know this about myself, I'm actually able to get help. I'm really happy that I have a second chance at life, because not everyone gets that chance. There are so many people who end up doing coke or doing meth or doing any sort of illicit drug, and it's cut with fentanyl and they die. And that's the end of the story. But I avoided that. I was able to go to rehab. I was able to get clean. I was able to get help and do therapy, and I'm able to go back to doing what I love doing. I'm not done with rehab though. I'm still attending it online. I think it's going to be 2 weeks from now when I finally have my certificate, and I will.
Yeah, they still do it for a little while after you leave the physical like location and everything. But yeah, I'm very, very, very happy for her. And I remember how stressed I was when I found out what was going on like a couple months ago. And I distinctly remember saying, I don't know if I should name the person I was speaking to, but I distinctly remember saying, like, blank, Keffels needs to get help before this becomes public. Because people are going to try to attack her for this. And it'll be evil and it'll be wrong, but they'll still find a way to twist it and try to find a way to attack her. Like, I distinctly remember that happening. And I'm so glad that she had like a robust friend group there to like get her help, because sometimes you have to be pushed. Sometimes you have to get some tough love when it comes to addiction into getting help. It's unfortunate, but like when you're addicted to something, when you're going through withdrawals, you're not thinking clearly.
Will be certified good at not doing drugs. Most people don't do drugs, but I will have actually been certified in not doing drugs, which means that I am better at not doing drugs than most people who do not do drugs. I think
that's true. She'll actually have a not doing drugs certificate. Fuck.
That's pretty based. So that's basically everything that's happened. Now that I'm back, I need to do things a lot differently, because one of the problems that I realized is that I was constantly exposing myself to things that trigger me, and I was sending myself into panic almost every day. It's not healthy to do that. I was exhausted all the time. I was constantly scared for my life, even in situations that posed absolutely no danger to me. So I've been working.
I don't think most of you guys can understand what it is like. Like, I don't have any like particular traumas around this that like make it extra hard for me or anything like Keffels does. But like, I want you to imagine what it's like, because this happens to me too, nowhere near as much as it does to her. But like, going online, just scrolling through Twitter and all of a sudden out of nowhere seeing someone's fantasy about how they want to like murder you because you hold political opinions they disagree with. It's usually Nazis and woke school. It's just like someone's like drawn out fantasy about how they want to kill you. Imagine that just being the norm, a thing you see regularly in your daily life. When you're a lefty content creator who does politics like this, more so when you fall into a marginalized group like Keffels does, especially more so if you've got a mental disability of some kind that may affect the way that you react to certain goading from trolls, it is going to be far worse. You can't imagine it till you've experienced it. You just can't.
With my therapist and trying to figure out ways just to keep moving forward because I love streaming. This has been the best job that I have ever had in my life. I don't want to stop, but I know that I can't do things like I used to do. I started seeking out help running my social media so I can just avoid seeing all of the vitriol that gets spewed at me, and that's been really helpful.
What I do is I just have a one-click block button that lets me block like a user just by clicking a little button on any tweet they have. It has made me accidentally block friends before because I go to like their tweet and retweet it, but I accidentally hit the block button because it's like in the spot of where the like button used to be. But it's literally just a little block button right next to the like and retweet button and the comment button. Really helps because normally to block someone, and trust me, when you do what we do, and especially in Keffels Place, you need to be able to block a lot of people en masse. That's just not going to work out. So I've got an add-on that literally lets me block everyone who liked a tweet. So if I see a tweet that says something like, Xander Hall's a racist piece of shit because he said this, I can be like, ooh, 1,500 people liked that tweet. Ooh. Wow. Well, shame. And then I hit the button, and then all 1,500 of those people get blocked in about 10 seconds. And then I never have to deal with their bullshit at any point in the future. After you've done that to a few big tweets, your Twitter timeline starts to get a lot more happy.
I've been spending more time touching grass and spending more time with my friends. For instance, I'm back in Belfast, Northern Ireland, because I really like spending time with Ellen. Someone
needs to go check how big my block list is if it's like public info. I really want to see how many people I have blocked. I bet it's like over 10,000. It's got to be into the tens of thousands at this point. I actually see it as like a point of honor. I don't use Twitter for like arguing with people. If someone wants to like set up a debate, they can, but like, and I'll do that and everything, and we could do a debate. Unless it's like some weirdo stalker or something. But like, as for like arguing with people on Twitter, it's never like, no. The case limit, there's no scenario where you can actually like get any, no one's on Twitter arguing for any like productive reason. It's just people trying to get like gotchas on you and ruin your day. So I just make my timeline cleaner. And it's made me a lot happier since I did it. I don't feel an ounce of shame.
To enjoy my life, both on and off stream, because for a really long time my life was kind of a nightmare. I enjoyed streaming, but I was constantly making my life worse for myself, and I didn't realize I was doing it. Am I married to... No, we're just friends. I'm just visiting. Chat, she's married to the grind. That's absolutely true. The one thing that I wanted to say is that I'm going to be returning slowly. I'm back to streaming. After this stream, I'm going to be streaming once a week, every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to use the week to compile content and do things in a much more structured and planned out manner, because I don't want to expose myself accidentally to things that could trigger me and just make me go off the handle. I don't want to keep getting involved in drama. I don't want to keep fighting people because it's not good for me. And honestly, it's not even good content. There's so much happening in the world, and I want to go back to doing political coverage. I want to go back to doing lore review because that was really fun. Know that assholes.
I liked watching those.
You? Oh yeah.
Watching Keffels like go through the old like political sphere lore from like prior to even the rise of BreadTube has been really fun because she doesn't know anything about it. Like, she didn't even know the lore about the JonTron debate until recently. She just watched it and reacted to it for the first time. And whether you like Keffels or not, she is definitely entertaining to watch. And seeing somebody who is like completely unaware of all that lore, if you're invested in it or if it's part of like your like sphere of what you're interested in, like seeing someone else like go through it and like react to it for the first time, it is pretty fun. It is fun to vicariously like relive that for the first time, because it almost sort of brings back the nostalgia of the point of your life you were in when all of that was happening. I was in an interesting point of my life during that time when that sort of like drama was happening, and I discovered that sort of era or that side of the internet. So it's sort of nostalgic almost.
Yeah, my mods have done a great job banning people who have came into the chat trying to do that already. And as long as I'm not really looking at social media, they can't really get to me. So I'm going to be fine. I have support around me. I have really good friends. I have a therapist. We are back. We are so back. We are more back than we have ever been back in the history of being back. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for the community. I have some really good ideas. I'm going to keep them a surprise, though, but I have some really good ideas.
I am excited to see the future of Keffels' channel as well, and I have ideas as well. So for those that don't know, I'm trying to build sort of this, like, hub, this sort of circle of content creators that are actually chill, cool people. And, like, I want us to be able to create content together and, like, collab. And obviously, Keffels is in that circle. And I've been working hard to sort of bring us all together and get us hanging out more. Obviously, me, Demon Mama, and Vosh have been hanging out a lot in real life, which has been really fun, going to the range and stuff. We're going to the range again probably in a week. I'm going to try to get a lot more footage of that. I'm going to see if I can, like, vlog it on my phone and get, like, a proper video. The audio's going to be pretty fucked because it's a shooting range, but, I mean, we'll get subtitles. I'll add subtitles over so it's, like, understandable, but I want to get a proper video vlog, IRL hangout of, like, me, Demon Mama, Vosh. I think Conyer might join us as well. I hope we get Conyer with us. I just think it would be fun. I want to get, obviously, like, Keffels to visit America would be really cool. Shark 300, I want to get to hang out with us, but he lives all the way across the country. We got to get him to move to Seattle. We got to get him to move to Washington. And then we also want to get... who am I missing? I know I'm missing people right now. Who am I missing? I know I'm missing people, but regardless. What about Ethan? Well, Ethan lives in Texas, and he's my friend, but I got to get him into content more. Regardless, I've been thinking about doing gun content. Sort of. Kind of. Hear me out. So, there's a gun range nearby that is pretty good with its deals on renting guns, right? Like, very reasonable in regards to renting a gun for, you know, a couple hours in a lane and popping off some ammo. You buy the ammo there, it's pretty cheap. And you can record there, too. And I've been thinking, what if I did politics videos at the range? What if I set up a tripod, and while I was, like, talking about... I would, like, talk into the camera about a politics topic, and be like, so, yada, 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 as I'm, like, loading the magazine... You're gonna get shot. I'll go there on a day when it's empty. I'll just be loading the magazine, talking about a certain political topic, and it's like, all right, you guys are probably getting pretty bored now. Time to wake you up. Bang, 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 bang. All right, let's check the target. How are my groupings? Not too bad, huh? Let's send it back down. And then I resume talking about the topic as I load more rounds into the magazine. And then whenever it starts to feel like the conversation's getting a little boring and you guys need to wake up a little bit, load the gun, fire off a few rounds downrange. Talk about Matt Walsh. It would have... I could do it about certain topics and it would have such a threatening aura. Just by the matter of me, like... Just by the matter of me, like, having the gun and shooting it, talking about certain topics, it would have such a threatening aura. Oh, that would be so fucking good, dude. Anyway, I wonder if Keffels has ever shot a gun. That would be good content. To get a Canadian shooting a gun for the first time on video. That'd be epic. Anyway, lots of cool content up ahead, and you should be excited for it. Yeah, Cherry, we had almost 800 people here earlier. It was awesome. Thank you all for the support today. You guys are popping off. I'm going to have to go pee in just a minute, but yeah. I'm going to read donos first. Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to D. Lancer. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Said, Zan, you know Evergreen State doesn't just refer to the trees, right? Yeah, I do. Giga Chad face? True. Yo, Zan, the Riz face? You guys love when I do that face. I'm glad. I've started doing it to people in public. Like if I see someone look at me from like walking like down like the street, I'll just like hit the for when they look back at me and see if they crack a smile. I've seen a few people crack a smile and look away. It's pretty funny. I'm gonna start doing that whenever a fan recognizes me in public. If I think you're a fan and you've recognized me in public, but you're too nervous to say anything, I'm gonna look dead at you like. And that's how you'll know it's actually me, if you're not sure. I'm just gonna stare dead at you doing that face. Thank you. Velvet, thank you for the tier 1 sub. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Says, I didn't even mean to drop in here for the Keffel bit, but I'm glad I did. Perfect for you to drop in with that timing. Good timing, Velvet. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. And then Chris473, thank you for the $5 donation in my website chat. I really appreciate it. It says, how are your quail farm plans going, by the way? Well, right now I am still saving up to move into a proper house with a nice fenced backyard that can facilitate raising quail up until the end of the summer. But the channel is popping off right now, and ad revenue has gone up quite a bit, so that is definitely going to help. But what really helps get us there is just people donating. So if you want to support the stream and you want to help us get to that point, then you can always support me by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon. All of them are linked in the description. But you can always support me for free just by hitting a like on the stream. It helps the channel out a whole lot, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Grazza Triton, thank you for the two tier 1 gifted subs to Aiden Blade and My Dog Max. Didn't even say anything. Thank you for contributing to the White Name Genocide. I appreciate the $10. It's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm going to go pee really quick. I will be right back, all right? Be good while I'm gone, all right? Well, I'll be. I'm back. You asked if Keffels has shot a gun before, so I need you to see this picture of her at the range. Alright, let's see. Okay. We're gonna compare shooting form between me and Keffels very quick, alright? Who has the better shooting form? Me or Keffels? Here, let me bring up my, my handgun shooting.
Alright, you're good.
Well, hold on, I gotta go to media. Thanks, Twitter. I love that you're a shitty website. Alright. Here's Keffels' handgun shooting form. And, here's mine. You filming? Alright. Perfect, I'm gonna take bottom. That sound good? Bottom right?
Yep.
I'm proud of this video. I was shooting this gun for the first time, and I got a bullseye. I got 2 bullseyes, actually. Bullseye.
Do you mind if I do with this? So I get in all the... I've already showed like half of them.
You have a hunter's stance? Yeah. Well, most of my shooting was done at rats, so... I mean, it made sense. Yeah, I mean, if you guys have watched me for a while, you know about the rat slaying days. Here's another one of... Wait, she actually has a shooting range video. Wait! Hold on, yeah, we gotta go to the shooting range with Keffels. This needs to happen. We gotta do a video. I cannot wait. Chat, donate big stacks and racks and fucking, what's the term for it? Bands of cash, okay? So that I can afford to buy one of those nice, legit fucking cameras so I can get some, like, high quality, high frame rate, high audio quality, like, I'm gonna get, like, wireless lapel mics that connect to it and shit so that we got good, like, audio quality and stuff. I want to go hard to get, like, some good vlogging IRL content made, okay? I really, really do. I feel like what's really missing in our side of BreadTube is that none of our content right now exists. For the most part, none of it exists outside of the internet. Most of us do all of our content sitting either at a computer or occasionally at a phone. None of us really tend to do really high production value, you know, videos where we go out and do stuff. I feel like that should be done. We're all friends that hang out in the same, like, city now. Ever thought about hiring a high-speed camera, too? Or, like, getting a high-speed camera? I don't really know why that would be necessary, but, like, a proper, like, camera for the purpose of doing that type of content, I think would be awesome. Anyway, I have fun at the range. I'm excited to go. What I was thinking I could do, though, is I could even do videos, like, where I rent a different gun every video at the range. Because it's actually pretty cheap to rent a combo at that particular range for a rifle and a handgun. So I'm thinking AR-15. I'm thinking maybe not even an AR-15, any AR I can get my hands on, frankly. Thinking we look at the AR platform and see if we can find a rifle from there next time I go. for my rifle option, and honestly, I want to go for a big fat, big cock revolver for my handgun. A revolver with a big cock where you gotta go every time you shoot it. That's what I mean when I say a big cock revolver. Yeah, everyone in the chat says Smith & Wesson 500. Obviously, this one says Colt Python. I do want to shoot the Colt Python. The Rick Grimes gun. I literally asked if they had it, and they do have it. They do have the Rick Grimes gun at that particular range, and I do want to shoot it, so I'll definitely be shooting that at some point, without a doubt. The Python's been your favorite since you were 10 because of Call of Duty Zombies? Same since I was 10, but because of Rick Grimes. Unironically. Hufflecakes, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. How many months is that, by the way? I don't want to undercredit you. I feel like that would be unfair. I went to the shelter today. You adopted a baby! Look at this new baby. What a happy little fella. I don't know if this is a guy or a girl dog, but based on the blue, I'm going to assume, based on gender norms, boy. What a good little boy. Look at this little guy. Oh. Actually, might be a girl, actually. Maybe a girl, I don't know. It's a girl? Okay. What a cute little baby. Oh. I assumed the dog's gender incorrectly. See, this is why gender needs to be deconstructed. This is why we need to be gender abolitionists. Yeah, I missed that 50-50. What are the chances? It's not even a 50-50. The dog could be non-binary. Anyway. Very cute dog. Thank you, Pufflecakes. How many months was that? The dog could be non-binary, let's be honest. You don't know. Did I see the they them cat? No, I did not see the they them cat. 1 month? Thank you, Pufflecakes. I appreciate the $10. That really does help a lot. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. And then NBCham with the massive dono bomb of gifted subs, eliminating a shit ton of white names in the chat. I really appreciate that, NBCham. That is $50 in tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure that Bill Portley, Pesky, CH Bath, Akira Tanakel, Mr. Nubs, Shapier, Nina, Grilled Gecko, Eliza Lee, and Thar Skull all really appreciate it too. Thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate that. Big cock revolver is necessary for any high quality stream experience. Exactly. We're gonna go to the range and rent a high big cock revolver with a high caliber, and it's gonna be powerful, and it's gonna be loud, and it's gonna hurt a little bit to shoot, but not that bad, and it's gonna be very fun to shoot, and we're gonna have a great time. Thank you for the donos, guys. You've all been very overwhelmingly supportive. All right. Remember to stay hydrated? True. All right. Allow me to bring up the next topic. No. Dave Valensky, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. Said, I enjoyed your show. How about a desert eagle? Oh, I'd love to shoot a desert eagle. I loved using the deagle in CSGO. That would be really cool. I'd like to get to shoot all the guns in CSGO. That'd be very cool. I haven't shot an AK before. I do want to shoot an AK. I wonder if they have AKs there. I'm sure they have some type of AK there. There's got to be something. Yeah, Smeagol's cousin. People call the Desert Eagle the Deagle. At least in the CSGO community. Join the Dick Gang. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Well, this article has a pretty horrific headline, if I do say so myself. This came out just 2 days ago, and this news comes straight from my own home state of Florida. Swampland, Alligator Land, the Florida Man state. Florida Republicans pass bill targeting transgender bathroom use. It was never about the kids. Quote unquote, you think past your hatred and you can't think past your discrimination. Or sorry, you can't think past your hatred and you can't think past your discrimination, said one Democrat. Florida Republicans passed legislation Wednesday that would make it a misdemeanor, trespassing offense for someone to use certain bathrooms that don't align with their sex at birth. The bill, now headed by Governor Ron DeSantis, the guy who oversaw the force feedings at Guantanamo Bay of literally, they were literally people that were held in off of American soil black sites where they were tortured for years, literally over a decade in some cases, and not ever given trial. Yes, that guy is the one who's pushing this. Just a little reminder. The bill, now headed to Governor Ron DeSantis for his signature, is limited to people using restrooms and changing facilities in state and local government buildings, schools, colleges, and detention centers. But in a major change, approved with 2 days left of session, lawmakers significantly scaled the measure back so it no longer applies to bathrooms in restaurants, gas stations, and other businesses as it did previously. So it just applies to more state-governed places. So this is the state discriminating against people then. At least it's not the state forcing businesses to discriminate, you know? Despite Republicans curtailing its scope, Democrats still vehemently oppose the legislation, arguing that policies are targeting, or I don't know why I can't read right now, like I'm skipping every other word. Am I like dyslexic or something? Arguing that the policies are targeting transgender people. Republicans, however, argue the bill is... Okay. There are typos in this article. I'm not the one who's fucking up entirely. The article actually unironically says, argue the bill is R. Alright, I'm glad I'm not the only one making mistakes here. Argue the bill is R about protecting public safety, decency, and decorum, is what they said. Quote unquote, we've had a huge scientific study with billions of people for 136 years that separate facilities work. State Representative Rachel Plakin, Republican Lake Mary, who carried the House bill, said on the floor Wednesday, vote yes for common sense. I have a feeling she's lying. That they have had a huge scientific study with billions of people for 136 years proving that separate facilities work. What I'm going to assume is that she's citing the common sense that society hasn't fallen apart, so I guess segregating bathrooms has worked so far, so why do anything different? In fact, we should, mandate legally that's how bathrooms should work. It makes no sense. These people are just trying to, justify hatred and overreach of the law. DeSantis is widely expected to sign this legislation. One of the more contentious bills lawmakers considered in Florida during the 2-month annual session, the proposal comes as state Republicans push legislation focused on how gender identity and sexual identity intersect with parental rights and education in general. It joins over moves by Florida Republicans and Governor Ron DeSantis' administration focused on the transgender community, including Republicans seeking to pass a bill banning gender-affirming care for transgender minors and a recently enacted state prohibition on Medicaid paying for gender-affirming care such as puberty blockers and hormone treatments. They're going after everything unilaterally. They're throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Whatever they can do to hurt trans people, they will do. They're throwing everything they can at the wall. And if even just 1% of it actually manages to hurt trans people, it is still a win for them. If even a single trans person's life is made worse by their actions, it's a win for them. That is how they operate. Their end goal is nothing but maximizing the death and suffering of minorities. That is the one through line, the one consistent in everything they do. The bill opens the door for any person 18 years or older to be charged with a second-degree trespassing misdemeanor if they enter a restroom or changing facility designated for a person that isn't the sex they are assigned at birth, and refuse to leave when asked by someone else. At the very least, there's the caveat of when refused to leave when asked by someone else, but that can literally just be a transphobe says, get out of here. You're not a real woman or something, which is what they want, right? This is like, that's what the bill is for, so that transphobes can kick trans people out of the bathrooms of their choice. The bill also requires local school districts to craft code of conduct rules to discipline students who do the same. So this requires Florida schools to discipline students who use the bathroom of their choice if they're trans. Democrats argue that the legislation is dehumanizing and effectively politicizing bathrooms to benefit conservatives politically, namely DeSantis, who is widely expected to run for president. They took aim at how Republicans have discussed the issue, such as one conservative House member who called transgender people demons, and mutants, and question how it could be enforced. Yeah, we remember the demons and mutants guy, right? You have no idea what you're doing here because you can't think past your hatred and you can't think past your discrimination. State Representative Kelly Skidmore, Democrat of course, said on the floor Wednesday. Before approving the legislation, lawmakers changed the bill Wednesday to specify who can ask someone to leave a restroom. For schools, as an example, teachers, administrators, or school safety officers would have that authority. Well, at least it's not that bad, right? Never compromise these people. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Every part of this bill is anti-freedom and anti-democratic and anti-constitutional. It also requires places such as colleges and government offices to establish disciplinary procedures for employees who use restrooms that don't align with their sex at birth. Florida Republicans defend the proposal by noting it includes no mention of transgender people or any particular group. They said the legislation will codify in law what are universal common decency standards. You see, to conservatives, transgenderism is being like a sexual deviant. The wording of the law simply says, using a bathroom different from the one labeled for the gender you were assigned at birth. For those that don't know, the definition of transgender is someone who identifies as a gender separate from the one they were assigned at birth. So the bill just bans trans people from using the bathroom without saying trans people. Because I'm pretty certain that's not legal. Like, it's not constitutionally allowed. It would get struck down in most courts because, like, constitutionally, it's just, you can't single out a certain, like, minority group specifically to not be allowed to enter certain premises. It's not allowed. The legislation, however, allows someone to chaperone a child or accompany an elderly or disabled person into a restroom that doesn't align with their sex at birth. Law enforcement officers and medical personnel are also exempt if they're responding to an emergency. There's not anything in the language of this bill that is targeting any specific group. So I bet this Republican literally said that with a grin on his face, like, there's nothing in this bill that specifically targets any particular group. I guarantee that's how he said it. These people are ghouls. Who carried the Senate bill, said on the floor Wednesday, rather it speaks to the differences that we have as different sexes as male and female. Democrats, though, contend the policies will isolate members of the transgender community, as they're intended to, and possibly lead to increased acts of violence against them, of course, as these bills are intended to. Somebody out there is going to take that into his or her own hands into stopping somebody who's transgender from using a bathroom, said State Senator Victor Torres, who spoke Wednesday and in the past about his transgender granddaughter. John Harris Moorer, public policy director of the LGBTQ advocacy group Equality Florida, said the legislation criminalizes transgender people for using bathrooms that align with how they live their lives every day. This bill opens the door to abuse, mistreatment, and dehumanization, Mars said in a statement. Our state government should be focused on solving pressing issues, not terrorizing people who are simply trying to use the restroom and exist in public. I will remind you all once again, there's no evidence that there is a problem with trans people being predators in bathrooms. It's just not been represented statistically in any way whatsoever. In fact, the thing that's been represented statistically much more so is that trans people are far more likely to be victims of violence in the bathrooms of their choosing. Even trans women are more likely to be victims of violence in the bathrooms of their choosing than cis women are. So, yeah. There's no grounds for which you can argue that this is like a valid point to make, that this is protecting anybody. This isn't meant to protect, this is meant to attack. Any veil of virtue signaling that they're using to justify these bills is nothing but bullshit. It is a smokescreen they've put up to shield themselves from criticism. But it's very blatant. The last barrier of, whether or not this bill's going to pass into law is Ron DeSantis signing it. He will no doubt sign it. There is no doubt in my mind he will sign this bill. Which means pretty soon, it will be illegal in many places in Florida for trans people to use their desired bathroom. You could literally be charged criminally for doing this. Get out of Florida and get out of red states. If you have a trans kid, get them out of a red state. If you live in a red state and you have a trans kid, get them out of there for their own good. Because at this point, they're in danger. And if you're trans, you are in danger if you're in a red state. They are actively trying everything they can to hurt you. Your top objective right now needs to be to survive. Good luck, my friends. How do you guys like that segment? Did it come out good? I know the subject matter isn't very cheerful, but I think I did pretty well talking about it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the segment. NBCham, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Professional Sapphic. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Says, you also deserve one. And also, now you can be part of Dick Gang, smiley face. Hell yeah, welcome to the Dick Gang. You have shed your white name. The white name genocide continues ever further. Sammy Depresso, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very based, very kind of you. Said, I'm so glad Keffels is back. She's going through a lot, and I'm glad she is friends with that. She has friends that support her and her awesome community. Yeah, it has been really tough not having Keffels around during all of this time because, like, you really didn't realize it until she's gone, but, like, she does contribute a lot to, like, this sphere of the community. And culturally, it's just kind of been a downer having her gone. But I'm glad that she's gotten a lot of help. And I'm glad that she's better. And I'm glad that she's happier and is on, like, the, you know, on the positive track now. I'm excited for the future of both our channels. But yeah, thank you for the $5, Sammy Depresso. NBCham, thank you for the tier 1 gift of sub to Garmek. I really appreciate the $5. It's very kind of you as well. Says, I will be irresponsible for you. Don't worry, Garmek. Thank you. I hope Garmek appreciates it. Mr. Muffin Tops, thank you for the $8 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, do you celebrate Floppa Friday? Sure. Thank you for the $8. Floppa Friday indeed. I didn't even know it was Friday. What a great day of the week. Everybody loves Friday. Alright, let me update the dono goal really fast. Hell yeah, guys. You're doing well. I appreciate the support today. You're popping off. Alright. Let me bring up the next topic. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. If you've been watching my content a lot lately, you might have noticed that my channel has kind of been popping off lately. Like, the last month of channel performance has been nuts. Literally over 1.6 times the normal channel performance in just a month since me and Cherry started doing triple uploads every single day. 3 videos per day, no matter what, without fail. And we have not had a single day since April 1st. April 1st, right? Yeah, April 1st. We have not had a single day where we have missed our triple uploads. And the channel has popped off because of it. And frankly, your support has been a big part of it too. But I really want to say, Cherry, my lovely editor, has been grinding and working their ass off and has been going absolutely just Sigma grind set mode, pumping out content like a goddamn content demon lately. And as you can imagine, my editor isn't just a hard worker. My editor is also based. And recently, my editor tweeted something that was so based that cringe people felt the need to come out of the woodwork and speak out against it. Now, my editor, for some reason, has, like, way more followers and, like, attention and pull on Twitter than I do for some reason. I have no idea why. I guess their tweets are just so based. But my editor, Cherry, tweeted, with 30,000 likes now that this tweet has, I wish more leftist men would try understanding why women don't feel comfortable around men, instead of being ultra debate-brained about it and calling the women unreasonably irrational. Some of you will show more empathy towards reactionaries and alt-righters than to a woman who says something misandrist after having almost exclusively negative experiences with men. Alright. Now, I agree with this take, alright? Even Vosh agrees with Cherry. Yes, this is true. People actually tried to claim that this was Cherry, like, subtweeting Vosh, and that, like, my editor was, like, subtweeting Vosh and trying to call him out or something, but Vosh agrees with this take. So I don't know what I don't know what the issue is there, or what people's major malfunction is with that, but, you know, they're trying to create drama where there is none. Anyway, essentially the point here is, if you've ever talked to a woman before, and I've talked to a few women, a lot of them have had some downright nightmarish scenarios unravel with them as, like, the main character. Like, when it comes to them being a woman and having, like, weird sexual shit happen to them. Or even, not even just sexual, but, like, potential violence, right? Like, when it comes to the dynamic between men and women in our society, the vast majority of the time, women are constantly, like, in the back of their mind, there's that small fact itching at the back of their brain that most men are physically capable of overpowering them and hurting them in some way. And that does scare them to some extent. They are typically generally on guard when around strange men, or even men they're familiar with when they're alone, or even in a large group. There's just some level of, like, ready to defend yourself-ness or run away-ness that a lot of women have when they're around men, especially when alone, because they've had a lot of really bad experiences. Now, Cherry draws a direct comparison between that and how a lot of people who have fallen down the alt-right rabbit hole and become reactionary because of this have also had only negative experiences with the left, in the same way that a lot of women have only had negative experiences with men. It's true. So many, like, men have only had negative experiences with, like, feminism and the left and whatnot, and that's caused them to fall down the alt-right rabbit hole and get radicalized by that. And yet a lot of people on the left who are completely sympathetic to those people's issues judge women who've had nothing but negative interactions with men, in many cases negative interactions that are way worse and have literally made them, like, put their lives in danger and are, like, actual horror stories. And yet them being slightly prejudiced towards men is a problem and an issue, but you're somewhat sympathetic to the guys who are prejudiced towards women, and you can empathize with why they're in that position. I think there's hypocrisy there, and that's what Cherry's calling out. And I think Cherry's completely right in calling it out. Do you guys agree? Hypers in chat. I want to see how many of you guys in chat agree. I think a fair amount of you guys are able to understand this point. It's not that complicated. So, while a lot of you guys in chat, most of you guys in chat, pretty much all of you, and a fair amount of people on Twitter did agree with this take and were able to understand the point being made, another thing you have to understand is there is a trend on the internet of people who may even be pretty progressive, who feel as though they can retroactively logic bro someone out of a bad situation. You see it very commonly with women online talking about going through sexual assault or rape scenarios, and, like, someone coming out of the woodwork and saying, why didn't you do this, this, or that? It would have gone differently. You should, you know this going into the future. Or if you, like, they'll act as though their hindsight take about what this victim should have done when being victimized by a predator is it should, Captain Hindsight coming out of nowhere to have a take about something that has no bearing on the conversation. You're just you're essentially trying to do victim blaming light, right? It's very common. It's very, very common. And I see it very often, particularly when it comes to victims talking about their abuse, particularly sexual abuse. And those types of people, they really, really want to try to apply, like, cold, calculated, emotionless logic to situations where emotions are very high. Like, if a woman's in a situation where a guy who outweighs her 3 times and is being very insistent that she get in the car and come back to his place is, like, doing that, she's not going to be so quick to say, no, I'm going back inside with my friends. Even though that is logically the best thing to do, even if it requires her to literally bolt full-speed sprint back inside. Social convention, nervousness, just not being able to think straight, maybe inebriation, God knows how many factors are going to lead to people not acting in the most logical way. And that doesn't mean it's their fault. And even if you're not saying it's their fault, it doesn't mean you need to act in such a way that makes them feel like you think it's their fault. Because I see that kind of shit online a lot. The pseudo-victim blaming stuff. It's very common. Everybody wants to feel like they know better and they would be the big problem solver. But it just makes them look like an asshole. This one person ended up replying, "What if you understand a person's reasoning and it's just shitty? I was sexually assaulted by a girl in middle school, and that gives me no right to be uncomfortable around all women. No leftist should ever view that charitably from me as a man. Why is the reverse expected of me here?" Cherry replies, "I would be understanding if you were uncomfortable or struggled to trust women after that, actually." Valid. I'm not at all saying negative experiences give people the justification to hate an entire group of people. There's a difference between the two. By the way, the reason why Cherry was broadly referring to women and men in this scenario is because in the vast majority of cases, most women have had a very scary encounter with a potential predator. Most men have not. Very few men have been in a situation where they have felt like they are like a potential victim or could be a potential victim of sexual violence of some kind. Most women have, by the age of 18, had a situation like that in their life occur. It's so unanimous and so common that, yeah, I think it does warrant some, you can generalize a little bit with your tweets. I think that's fine. So yeah, I do think it's reasonable if a guy was sexually assaulted by a woman, for that guy to be a little uncomfortable around women in the future after that. I think that's reasonable. You can't control your trauma. That's just not possible. That's not how it works. I'm not at all saying negative experiences give people the justification to hate an entire group of people. There's a difference between the two. Being uncomfortable around and hating are very different. You can't control your trauma and feeling, uncomfortable around like men after being sexually assaulted by a man. But you can control whether or not you hate all men because of it. That is something you control. This person replies, "I doubt that. The implication of your tweet is that if leftist men understood the motivations behind why women were uncomfy around men, presumably as a group, sometimes you have bad justifications for your feelings and that need to be challenged by others. I would want to be call..." And they didn't finish their thread here for some reason. But, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that people's trauma is not based in logic and, reason. That's not how it works. You can't logic or reason people out of their trauma. And being uncomfy around people is not hating them, okay? We got another tweet here, by the way. A really scathing take. They really think they did something here, by the way. Quote tweeted Cherry's tweet and said, "I wish," in quotes, trying to, strawman Cherry's tweet. "I wish more black leftists would try understanding why some white people don't feel comfortable around black people, instead of being ultra debate-brained about it and calling the white people irrational. Maybe just don't be a misandrist instead." So basically what this person is trying to do is compare the overwhelming prevalence of women who have been in extremely scary sexual assault situations with men as the predator to, there being a point to racists being afraid of black people because of crime or something? I don't even know. there's nowhere near, like, a comparable, like, it's not even comparable. Like, the idea, the amount of white people who have had a crime committed on them by a black person to women who have had crimes committed against them by men. Like, the comparison there isn't even close. Like, not even close. The generalization there is way more warranted for men. The point here isn't even that men are bad, by the way. The point is, most women tend to be uncomfy around men. And there's a reason for it, and being understanding of that is better than being hostile to that. Because if I'm being honest with you, a lot of, like, teenage incel guys, when they find out that, like, a lot of women feel uncomfortable around them because they think that they might be, like, a victimizer, they might be a predator, they feel insulted. They're like, what do you mean I have to go through my life with the knowledge that, like, that lady walking down the street as I'm trying to go get my groceries might think that I'm some kind of rapist waiting for her to be, like, to let her guard down so that I can tackle her into an alley. Like, why? They get defensive, and they're like, why do I have to live my life with the knowledge that almost every woman on the street, or every woman on the street could think that I am some kind of predator? And now I have to actively, like, live my life in a way that tries to disarm women to make them feel more comfortable. And I will admit, that is something that I do as a man. If I see that I'm, like, walking behind a woman on the sidewalk and we're going to the same destination, like a store or something, and it's like we're walking, like I'm walking behind her for a long period of time, I'm in that situation where it's like, should I just veer off to the next block so I'm just, like, going to the same destination but not, like, stalking this lady? Because the alternative is literally, like, speed walking past her, and it gets really scary for a minute, and I have to hope she doesn't, like, speed up and prolong this whole thing, because I'll literally sprint past her if I have to make this end, because it's way too awkward. Like, that is unironically my thought process as a guy, right? And for a lot of guys, as you start to get older and you start to realize this is reality as a dude, you do actively have to, if you want to be, like, a gentleman, I guess, you do actively have to, like, tailor your behavior to be as non-threatening around women, who are strangers especially, as possible. Then when you first realize that, you're gonna kind of feel a little like it's unfair. You're gonna feel like it's unfair, but with all of the social expectations women have placed on them, I feel like the social expectation that men should be a little bit more understanding, that women might be a little bit jumpy or uncomfy around them, generally speaking, I feel like that's not too unreasonable, right? It gets hard as an autist, Sag. I know your pain, Bluestone, but you still gotta try. You gotta do your best. I don't know. It really does feel like everybody wants to try to debate bro, like, logic brain victims into no longer being victims anymore. I don't know. It's super weird. I don't like it. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I'm queuing up the next segment. It may be the final segment of today. We'll see how I feel afterwards, but I am very hungry. Oh, big burp. I'll admit I feel a lot better after that burp. You guys are gonna like how I end this segment a lot. Alright, everyone, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Recently, we got some fantastic news. The largest Ugh. That is not a good time for a cough to hit. Jesus Christ, it almost sounded like I hit the F slur there. Jesus. The largest fascist mouthpiece in the entire country. You can edit. You can splice that together in the editing. You can splice that together in the editing, Cherry. There you go. The largest fascist mouthpiece in the entire country finally got fired. We all got this news, and I feel like we all collectively breathed a great sigh of happy relief. Like, oh, yes. Real? Then we checked to make sure it's real. Then we found out it was legit, and we were like, ah, yes. It's real. A lot of happiness came from me out of that announcement, out of that news, okay? And since Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox, we have seen shit tons of stuff leak, particularly because he's being sued, and because of that lawsuit, a lot of stuff has come out because of the evidence of the lawsuit that makes him look bad. It's been a whole clusterfuck of shit for Tucker Carlson that has been just piling onto him, and we've just been standing, pointing, and laughing with glee, okay? So, recently, an account called Matthew Gertz has been dropping a bunch of leaks on Twitter from Tucker Carlson, and the first one I wanted to take a look at, because literally most of these are just funny, but some of them are a little bit... There are quite a few damning ones here as well. A few of them are actually him outright admitting he doesn't believe that the election was stolen from Trump, and that all the stuff he says about Trump actually having won the election is all just him trying to appease his audience. A lot of it is just him admitting that all of it is a show and that he's just lying to his audience, which we literally knew when he got sued and used that as a defense in court. But this one's a pretty funny leak here, and I want us to react to it because it's a good one. It's a good one.
Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer. It's personal. I'm not speaking of you, but more in general of ladies. When they go to the ladies' room and powder their noses, is there actually nose powdering going on?
Sometimes.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Most of the time it's lipstick.
Do pillow fights ever break out? You don't have to.
Not in the bathroom.
Okay, not in the bathrooms. Okay. That'd be more a dorm activity. Okay.
He doesn't have the riz to pull this off.
I'm sorry. So you are such a good sport, such a good person. Thank you. I know you do, but you do not deserve that, and I mean it with great affection.
I got you, man. Which way do you want to go?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Let me tune in.
Bro hasn't
question?
busted a nut in a while. He's horny. This man's horny. Yeah, dude has negative riz. He just had to apologize for flirting. Can you imagine that? Getting caught on camera apologizing for flirting? Oh, here's a text that leaked as well. A text to his producer. It reads the following. This was on January 7th, 2021. Yes. What happened the day before this date? Tucker Cucker says to his producer, "A couple of weeks ago, I was watching a video of people fighting on the street in Washington. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid and started pounding the living shit out of him. It was 3 against 1 at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Yet suddenly, I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. Then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. The Antifa creep is a human being. Much as I despise what he says and does, much as I'm sure I'd hate him personally if I knew him, I shouldn't gloat over his suffering. I should be bothered by it. I should remember that somewhere, somebody probably loves this kid and would be crushed if he was killed. If I don't care about those things, if I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?" Damn. A tiny shred of humanity showing through. Just the smallest shred of humanity. Too bad he ended up going on to vilify that Antifa dude in a show, I'm pretty sure. We also got another leak here. This one's captioned, "Breaking, Media Matters has released another Tucker Carlson leak, where Tucker Carlson is talking to his team on set. Can someone tell Media Matters this makes people like Tucker even more? It was so unhealthy, the amount of hate I felt for that guy," Tucker said, of the slimy motherfucker Dominion lawyer. So this is in reference to the lawyers that were suing him in the case where he had to literally use the defense that nobody could take anything he says seriously on his show as his defense for spreading misinfo and slander about people. That lawsuit, those lawyers, this is his shit-talking those lawyers.
Well, that was a week, I'll say. Holy shit. 10 hours. That slimy little motherfucker sitting across from me. Oh, you're the best. And I wasn't talking about you. It's just the opposite.
He's giving me a complex.
No, I'm not. What do you mean? Because you've never been this affirmed in your life? I bet. Thank you, Alex. Have a happy weekend. See you, man.
Oh shit, it's me.
The amount, it was so unhealthy, the hate. Thank you, Teresa. The hate that I felt for that guy. I mean, thank you, Todd.
Dude, can you imagine if I had a team of people to, like, help undress me after every show? Oh my god. The amount of money and power behind these right-wing influencers has always dwarfed that of the left many, many times over.
How could you not?
I never feel that way, you know, because I don't put myself, I don't want to feel that way. I think it's wrong. It's bad. It's totally bad for you to feel that way. But that guy, I mean, he triggered the shit out of me. Where are you now? Where do you live? The amount of times I had, first of all, fuck you on my lips was like, it was unbelievable. Suggesting that I was cheating on my taxes?
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Rich Republican? Come on. Maybe not cheating, but definitely doing some stuff. Like, I don't know, like out of the country bank holdings and stuff like that.
So where are you domiciled? Where are you now? Do you own a home there? I was like, no, I do not own a home in Maine, which I don't, by the way.
Christ. Like, it's just funny because I can just imagine after every show, Tucker is just like dripping sweat. And he's got these people, like a team of people, who are like handing him drinks and towels to like wipe himself off and like undressing him. And they put his microphone and his earpiece on for him. And they like set up his teleprompter. They set up all of his topics that he covers. He just has to come into work, read the teleprompter, rant about these topics, and that's it. It's not too different from what I do in regards to the format. It's literally just zero effort on his part, other than having to project the energy. And that is genuinely, there's nothing wrong with that in principle. The problem is the people that have the power to produce content like this in such a magnitude at such a high quality and with this production value and with this much of a team behind it are just the right for the most part. Like Tim Pool has an underground skate park in his compound. Is there a picture of it? Tim Pool underground skate park. Is there a picture of it anywhere? Yeah, it is. There's a video of it.
I'm about to show you guys one of...
Yeah, this is from a skating channel. Tim Pool's insane home skate park. Every skater's dream. Tim Pool's a YouTube guy. And this is what the basement of his fucking... Well, this is his outdoor area, but this is the... Yeah, this is what the basement of his fucking compound looks like. This is his compound skate park.
Everything's done. We can skate now. It's wonderful. We got the VIP lounge up top. Now theoretically, you can just
Okay, you better believe if I'm ever able to get me and all my content creator friends a streamer compound, it will have an underground shooting range. That is my dream. To be able to have an underground shooting range that is like in the basement, indoors, like all like instead of something like this. That would be my dream.
climb up, okay? But if you can climb up, you can climb up. We're gonna set up, you know, a couch here. We're gonna put a rug. It's gonna be real cool. TV, video games. We got the TV up in the corner. You can play some basketball if you want. Then we got this. Check that out. So down here, this is the top secret VIP lounge. I'm about to put some couches here. We're gonna put a TV here and some snacks. And this is gonna be the little clubhouse. There it is. Hope you enjoy it.
He took an
And up there, I assume, is where their, like, streaming area is and everything. And that's just the bottom. This is just the basement, you know? This is just their, like, the underground of their compound. It's still, like, an above-ground building, too. So, like, these people legitimately have fucking compounds. The amount of wealth they bring in is out of this fucking world. You could not dream of the amount of wealth and resources these people have at their disposal to not only spread their opinions and their propaganda, but to live an unbelievably luxurious lifestyle as they do it. Someone in chat also sent me this earlier and insisted that I show it. Apparently, Seanhead is still defending Tucker. I don't know why I'm not surprised. Everything leaked so far from Tucker just makes him seem more human and funny. Is he paying you guys? Haven't most of the leaks been stuff from him, like, admitting that the stuff he says in his show is just bullshit to make the Trump supporters happy? Like, a lot of it is like, him admitting he doesn't think that Trump had the election stolen from him? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Well, that should make some of you guys who are horny for, like, shoe drama in chat happy, so there you go. How'd y'all like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I think I might have one more in me. Coke77, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Said boobs. Thank you. I appreciate the $5. And boobs are pretty dope. I love boobs. Boobs are awesome. Thank you. Based $5 dono. Thank you. Did somebody say shoe? Alright, I think I got one more in me, guys. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I don't really think the person we're about to cover requires any introduction because we've been making fun of this guy for years at this point. This guy is a staple of conservative, just drivel content, okay? And honestly, I've got to respect his grind,
My name's
okay?
Jeremy. My channel's called...
If it wasn't for the fact this guy is fucking evil and like a massive neckbeard weirdo, I'd respect the hell out of his grind. And honestly, I'm thinking that maybe we want to push to achieve this level of grind. Look at this. 6 hours ago, 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 1 day 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 ago. He's doing 5 videos a day, and some of them are breaking 100K views. Would you guys watch me if I was able to get 2 editors and upload 5 videos a day? Because this truly is how you dominate the YouTube algorithm. Like, this is how the left actually gets ahead and has a chance to get somewhere in the YouTube algorithm when it comes to this type of content. You have to spam YouTube. It has to be very good clickbait that isn't lying necessarily, at least in the case of lefty content, because lefties aren't going to fall for bullshit. It has to be decent content, but you have to be able to produce it. I mean, right now we're doing 3 times a day. 5 times a day? Fuck. That's the dream, right? That's the dream. Hey, Turbo Virgin, thanks for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, man quite literally glued to his chair. Yeah, this guy does not get out much if he's able to supply this many uploads. Like, I am already, like, so strained doing 3 a day. I will really have to be able to, like, build a backlog to accommodate that. That'll have to be some point way in the future, but if I could have a team of editors and do 5 videos a day, whew, that'd be something. That would certainly be something. Christ almighty. This guy knows how to grind, but no respect for it because he's literally only doing this to make money for himself and push a pretty evil agenda. So, The Courtroom recently put out a new video called U.S. Military Hires Non-Binary Drag Queen for Recruitment Video, and it's a disaster as numbers plummet. Ah, yes. Numbers plummeting for military recruitment is a disaster. Ah, yes. So terrible.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quarter.
Assuming that's even true.
And it's always a bizarre thought to me. I know there are a lot.
Oh, I just realized this guy talks very slowly because he has to draw out the video length to at least 10 minutes. But yeah, this video is literally just barely over 10 minutes long. You know he had to stretch this one out to maximize the mid-roll ads.
Of ex and current military in my viewership, but I don't have any military experience or even really like super close friends who served. I've got some friends who have, but they're kind of out of state. But it's always wild to me when they say that there's like woke weirdos in the military. It just seems really odd to me. But then I'll talk to like Zach from It's Your Boy. Shout out to It's Your Boy Zach with comic.
What he means by like woke weirdos, by the way, is like trans people or like gay people or like the occasional woman who holds some like feminist values. That's what he means by like weird woke people in the military. Also, it's funny to me that there being quote-unquote weird woke people in the military is actually poorly reflective of the military and not positively reflective on these weird woke people, right? Like, you'd think these weird woke people, quote-unquote, serving this country and fighting to protect it would be positively reflective on them as, like, people who care about this country and its defense and its people and its freedom and defending the freedom of this country with their lives, and they're willing to sacrifice their lives to do so. And yet, instead, the narrative they spin about it is that this somehow makes the military weak and worse for accepting this degeneracy among their ranks. It's very clear that these people hold no actual principles or values. It's all just a grift. It's all hate.
Matter. He's told me before, like, no, dude, there are like weirdo lefties in the military. And it's just like, if anything, if you told me like, okay, you've got the good old boys and then you've got like apolitical people, that's what I would assume the mix was. But that's actually apparently not the case. Just look at, what is it, General Miley or whatever, or Miss Miley or whatever her name is. I don't know. The woke, with his like white rage stuff and all this stuff, the military is getting increasingly woke, and confidence, for example, in our...
Dude, you just know that this era of right-wing demagoguery is coming to an end when they're running this low on material, right? Like, they've literally gotten to the point where they're calling the military woke. This narrative just doesn't fly with most people. Like, this is not receptive to most people. This video doesn't really even have that many views. I don't even think it broke 100K, which is unusual for a quartering video, and it's a few days old at this point. So, like, it is very clear this type of propaganda just doesn't resonate with people. You know what really doesn't resonate with Americans, particularly? Attacking our veterans. That really doesn't really doesn't fly with many Americans. I'm very happy to see the right has gotten so desperate for material, they're now attacking the very people they once weaponized to try to bring normies over to their side. Because it's doing nothing but hurting them.
Our leadership, keeping us out of Third World War, is probably at an all-time low, given Joe Biden doesn't know what day of week it is, and we're currently funding a proxy war with Russia via Ukraine. There's probably a lot of young people that aren't really feeling like getting sent over.
Well, no, it's not a proxy war in the same way that, like, we fought a proxy war against Russia in Afghanistan. Right now, Russia is invading Ukraine, which is an allied state of ours. They have agreements with us that say we'll protect them. It's not the same. I know he's trying to invoke like Afghanistan there by using the term proxy war. This is not even close to comparable with like the U.S. funding the Mujahideen and sending like arms and supplies their way to fight Soviet soldiers that were occupying Afghanistan. It's not even close.
Overseas. There's probably a lot of people that don't want to get involved in that. Now, add to that, you know, beyond a lunatic, delusional commander-in-chief, you end up with now the U.S. Navy recruiting a drag queen to be the face of the recruitment drive. Now, this is an active duty Navy officer, or Navy, I don't know.
You know what's funny to me? Who remembers that one newspaper article? It's from like the 1920s or the 1930s or something like that. It's in completely black and white. It's very, very old. And it's literally a Navy officer who was trans, and the article is very positively highlighting this. Like, the war turns a young Navy boy into young Navy girl or some shit like that was the wording. It was wording that's not exactly woke by today's standards, but the entire wording and framing of the headline in the article was very positive for that time in particular, even positive for today. It would certainly be seen as problematic for a little bit of its wording, but it was not transphobic. It was positive. It was accepting. It was even flattering to some extent. And it's wild to me that there's been this much of a backwards fall, a sort of like regression in the Overton window in this respect, just because the right has been so diligent in pushing such an incessant narrative. It's unfortunate.
I don't know what their position is. The U.S. Navy invited active duty drag queen to be the digital ambassador as part of a recent drive to attract the most talented and diverse workforce. Now, I guess maybe, you know, in wartime, there's always a couple. You know, maybe they put on a dress. I don't really know. I don't know. But, you know, I suppose 3 years away from women, maybe. But as a recruitment, I'm not sure what you want to recruit. Now, Yeoman Second Class, Joshua Kelly, who, of course, now is going to get all sorts of online hate. Not that I warranted. Again, it's not the person. It's the decision. It's whatever weird decision that they've made here to make this person the face of it.
Why? Okay, if there's no problem with this person, then why is it weird or bad that somebody or an institution made a decision to employ them for a position? These people's entire careers is just based on like complaining and shitting their pants over minorities having jobs. That's literally it. They just complain nonstop about minorities having jobs where people see them. That's literally all these people do. It's their entire content. Their entire content library is just them complaining about marginalized people having jobs that face the public in some way.
They identify as non-binary, was appointed as the first of 5 Navy digital ambassadors in a pilot program that ran from October to March. Kelly, whose stage name is Harpy Daniels, has shared their journey on TikTok. Ooh, their journey, just like Dylan, and Instagram, where they describe how...
Literally, these people have been calling Dylan Mulvaney a pedophile and a groomer because she one time said in a TikTok that, like, she's a girl instead of a woman. And, like, now these people say, like, anything is like Dylan Mulvaney to invoke this person's like a groomer or a pedophile now. It's actually fucking insane how far these people have gone. Do you guys remember when these people were like chill with some trans people and it was just like the crazy trans activists they had a problem with, or so they claimed? Do you guys remember that? Pepper Ridge Farms remembers.
How they began performing on board and became an advocate for people who were oppressed for years in the service. From joining in 2016 and being able to share my drag experience, my off time with my fellow sailors has been a blessing. Now, this isn't doing anything good for what people say about the Navy. I will say any member of the Navy is a prouder, more...
I'll give them that. All right. I'll give them that. Okay. They are putting something in the water on those Navy ships, because they are putting something in that water.
More brave individual than I am. I'm just saying. From joining in 20...
They're putting freaking chemicals in the water that turn the freaking sailors gay.
16 and being able to share my drag experience, I got that, to their more than 8,000 followers. You have 8,000 followers is all it takes to make us look like a joke to our enemies. Thank you to the Navy for...
Dude, I fucking love conservatives like trying to hype up and talk up how scary and badass and epic Russia in particular is, and about how like look at their ads, look how epic their ads are, they're so masculine, oh my god, this is what we're going up against, we're gonna be destroyed in the next world war. And it's like you can go online and watch channels like CivDiv and see like Western volunteer soldiers that got handed some random surplus weapons because they're volunteer fighters in Ukraine, just like using the most random like surplus weapons to take out, which are way better than what the Russians have, to take out like 60-year-old tanks the Russians have resorted to using. Like, the Russians are literally using gear at this point that is held together by pins and twine, practically. And like, they're getting their asses kicked still at this point. And they're trying to pretend like Russia... I mean, and Russia is scary, don't get me wrong. But the way they talk about it, they literally fall for the propaganda. They fall for, like, the hyper-masculine, over-the-top Russian military ad propaganda.
For giving me this opportunity. I don't speak for the Navy, but simply sharing my experience in the Navy. Oorah, or hoo-yeah, let's go slay. They actually said that?
Oh, okay.
What?
I like how this is like the worst thing he's ever heard in his life.
The Digital Ambassador Program that Kelly took part in from October to March was designed to explore the digital environment to reach a wide range of potential candidates as the Navy battles the most challenging recruitment environment it has faced since the start of the all-volunteer force, a Navy spokesperson told Fox.
Wait. So Navy recruitment has been down for a long time. So this is a thing that the Navy has done to try to bring in more people. And the quartering is trying to blame further falling of Navy recruitment rate on this. That is pretty in line with what conservatives do. Is the quartering trying to go woke, go broke the United States Defense Forces? Is that what we are witnessing right now? The U.S. military is going to go woke, go broke. That is what he is hinting at the moment.
The service branch is evaluating what form the program, which included 5 active duty personnel, will take in the future. The Navy didn't compensate Callie or any others for being a digital ambassador. Like, that makes it better?
So, like, this is literally a nothing position that, like, is probably just a title only and maybe employs, like, a couple of, like, online, like TikTok job. It's like a nothing position that's not even worth talking about. The New York Post, a fucking tabloid site, made an article about it because they're desperate to make like as many clicks off of the anti-trans hysteria that they can, and that's what the quartering is covering. And he's like trying so hard to make this into a big deal, but it's just not. I'm so glad the right isn't letting up on this hyper-transphobic bullshit, because it's going to lose them the next election hard. The average voter is very much not receptive to this transphobic stuff, and the right has been spending a lot of money, especially on campaign ads targeting like transphobic voters, and it's just not having the results they want it to. And I know they're going to do it in 2024, and it's just not going to work out well for them. I've got a lot of hopium in my system.
Is it that the Navy wants to recruit drag queens?
Yes.
I don't understand.
Braver than the troops.
Kelly has told Carl Herzog of the USS Constitution Museum that they began dressing in drag and performing in shows long before the Navy. In 2017-2018, they performed as Harpy in a crew morale-boosting lip-sync competition while on deployment on an aircraft carrier in USS Ronald Reagan. Why is that even happening? I don't know. Maybe that's a thing that happens in the military.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. The quartering, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of time that is spent, particularly in the Navy and on like carrier ships and stuff like that, is leisure time. One of my favorite types of videos is jumping. This is one of my favorite videos, and you better believe that if sharks show up, they do have mounted machine guns ready to handle that problem. You better believe they unironically have mounted machine guns ready to handle any potential shark problems. Jumping off a Navy aircraft carrier, deployment 2020. This is literally what most of what's going on for, like, people in the Navy is. Because, like, there's a lot of free time when you're out at fucking sea. It's not like naval battles are happening 24/7. What the fuck do you expect? Yeah, they also shoot pirates with those guns. I like how this guy literally has a pride shirt on. Look at that. This guy literally has a pride shirt on. That's so good. That's so fucking good. He literally has a pride shirt on. I love that. This is also kind of sort of training. Bro, my megalophobia would go off like crazy once I looked under the water at the hull of the ship. That shit would freak me out way too much. Whoop. Okay. Fucking music, Jesus. At least you know there are a lot of machine guns nearby ready to pepper up any sharks that try to fuck with you, you know? Like, nothing's gonna mess you up in this water. I want to see a shot of the hull of the ship under the water. Please, I need to see it. But yeah, they're doing a lot of this, you know? It's not like 24/7, like, drill exercises and war.
I don't know. Seems odd, but who knows? For myself, drag has been a passion and art and a way to express myself. Ship life is difficult. Every day fades into one, and high stress and intensity can bring low morale and can cause self-deletion and bad behavior. That's true. And also, you know, I will point out that this is between adults. And so...
Oh, by the way, like, this is literally the quartering being mad about adults having opinions and getting to, like, exist and have jobs. Like, he's literally doing cancel culture because somebody that he doesn't like disagrees with him. That is his perspective. He sees being trans as like an ideology, right? They have to like narrow down, or I guess sort of obfuscate what being trans is to like an ideological choice people make about their lifestyle, not something that they are, and you know, like that's who they are, right? Because if that's who trans people are, then they aren't attacking people for lifestyle decisions, which is something that I think most people can agree, you know, is fine to judge people for. They're attacking people for immutable characteristics, and that doesn't really fly with most people. That's why they push this false idea that transgenderism is just an ideological decision that people make to change their lifestyle.
You know, on its face, I guess we're talking about like consenting adults here. We're talking about, you know, individuals doing, you know, making their decisions and stuff like that, choosing to participate in that kind of stuff. So it's a little different in that perspective. But making that an ambassador for the Navy is curious. Kelly said that their performance on the Ronald Reagan helped save someone's life. This person was gay and felt lost and alone, ready to jump ship. But after getting to view my performance, they felt empowered to be themselves. And
okay, how's the quartering going to twist this into a bad thing?
See that our struggles and low morale are temporary. They personally thanked me and said they forgot what life was like for a moment. That's a struggle we all have to deal with during deployments. Again, okay, fine.
Okay, explain how this is bad. Why'd you make the video? What's the issue here? Why is this a problem? Why'd you make the video? 6 minutes out of 10 minutes in. Why is this a problem?
Asked what their plans are, both in Drake and after the Navy. Herzog said that their goals as a sailor to continue working hard, making first class, and becoming the first officer in their family.
Ooh.
Cool. As for Drake, I hope to continue performing, building safe spaces for queer individuals, and one day make it on RuPaul's Drag Race as one of the first active service members. I'm sure you'll get right on there.
Good luck.
The ambassador program was launched as the Navy is trying to boost its size to 347,000 members in 2024, up from 341,000. It committed to recruit and retain personnel through fostering an inclusive culture and ensuring they feel included. You know why people would sign up for? If they had more confidence in their commander-in-chief. That's probably why, you know, probably why they did it.
So it's Biden's fault.
Or probably what would fix that recruitment gap.
Maybe because Americans are more anti-war than ever. That could be a big part of why there's lower recruitment rates for the Navy.
Hiring a non-binary drag queen, I'm not sure that's going to... That dog don't hunt, so to speak. This on top of U.S.
I'm gonna be honest, though. I've never met anybody who wanted to be in the Army or the Navy. It's always the Marines or the Air Force. They always want to be a pilot in the Air Force, or they want to be a Navy SEAL or a Marine. Like that's like everybody I've ever met who wanted to join the armed forces. So it doesn't really. I would like to see the Navy, or not the Navy, the like the numbers for the Marines and the SEALs and the Air Force. I bet Air Force numbers are pretty up. Anyway.
The Army expected to miss recruitment goals again in 2023. We're doing everything we can to get as close as possible, but we're going to fall short. Well, I wonder why that is. A lot of that, again, I believe, depends on, first of all, marketing, which the marketing blows now. Used to be about like stuff blowing up and hot chicks and money and jet skis. And now it's some dude talking about safe spaces.
Okay. I'm sorry. But the marketing for military ads has only gotten more insane recently. Have you seen what they're like recently? Oh my god, hold on. They're like a video game. U.S. Army ad campaign, What's Your Warrior? This is the 60-second version. This is how we advertise our military. So, listen, I don't think the ads aren't masculine enough, okay? I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's where the issue is arising from.
Now, the U.S. Army has also made it known that it will come up short of its recruiting goal of 65,000 new soldiers. The number of young Americans who have an interest in enlisting is apparently shrinking. Duh. However, other branches of the U.S. military are also at risk of coming up short of recruitment goals. The Army reportedly came up 15,000 active duty members short of their goal last year. The National Guard is in even worse shape, with its struggle to bring in new recruits as well as retaining those who even enlist. There is reportedly a struggle to balance domestic and overseas missions. Maybe we shouldn't be on every front. Maybe we shouldn't be fighting battles on every single front. I mean, it's tough to say, but...
Is he saying we should stop supporting Ukraine? He's implying we should stop supporting Ukraine, is what he's saying.
Pretty sure that would help. We're not going to make that goal, Army Secretary Christine Wormuth said during a congressional meeting Tuesday. We're going to do everything we can to get as close to it as possible, but we're going to fall short. Military.com reported that the only branch of the military that appears to be doing well is the Space Force, which also happens to be the smallest branch. The outlet noted that many of its recruits...
That's funny. The Space Force is probably the most exciting one, right? That would be the only one that would be bringing people in because it's so new and small.
Are transfers from the Air Force. You know, I mean, I think that... You see, the outlet reported that 20% of all male recruits and 40% of all females are too heavy to even be eligible for enlistment, which makes it difficult to pass the physical. So you know what's coming next, right? And by the way, as a fat... Okay...
Bro, okay. Yeah, he caught himself, but bro was about to try to... He was about to try to do something. What's it gonna be? Like, they're gonna try to do fat acceptance for soldiers or some shit? Is he... okay, like, I don't even know where he's gonna try to go with this, but I know it's gonna be retarded.
Yeah, I'm not shaming these people. You know, I'm working on being less fat, but you don't undo 25 years of sitting on a computer chair for 10 hours a day while sucking down energy drinks overnight. But they're just gonna lower standards. Lowered expectations. That's what they're going to do. They're going to lower expectations. They're going to lower standards. Because that's what they do. And again, our enemies are laughing at us. I just, you know, I got no problem with this guy doing drag. That's cool.
Yeah, okay, they can keep laughing to the grave, I suppose, because America #1. I don't know what to tell you. America #1.
I would not be making them the face of the U.S. Navy and trying to recruit on that. It ain't going to work. But this is Biden's administration, so awesome. Remember that when you're voting this coming up next fall. Hope you enjoyed this video.
Oh, trust me. The American people are going to remember a lot of this crazy anti-trans rhetoric and bills being passed this voting season. And you better believe it's going to reflect in the polls, just like it did during the midterms. Oh, yes, it is. I am very excited for the election in 2024. I've never been more excited for an election. Oh, I'm hyped. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. The Minnesotan MiG-29, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, I missed the segment, but I'm getting my first rifle soon. It's a WBP Jack, which is an AKM made by a Polish company. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's dope and it's poggers and epic for you. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Well, guys, I think here, need an opinion? All right. Yep, pretty evil. I literally talked about this on stream recently. I don't have time for that, though. I gotta eat. I am starving, okay? I am gonna host somebody. Let's see who's live. Who's live on Twitch first is who I'll check. Let's see. All right. The person who I am going to host is Aiko Rules. We're going to host Aiko. listen, everyone. Go over and send nice words and all that good stuff. Here's a link to her stream. Go say Zan Raid and all that good stuff. Be nice and all of that. Thank you all so much for coming out today. You have all been amazing. And as always, I'll see you all in my next stream. I love y'all. Have a good one.